Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey everybody, it is your good friend the Safety Doc from down here in the North Star recording studio, where I'm trying to work with the gain a little bit here on the old microphone. So if you can let me know how things are going on the gain, if this sounds okay by you. The last episode was a little soft, and then obviously YouTube goes in and does its magic and stuff like that. But if everything's, I've got the headphones on, they sound okay to me, but it depends upon how I've got the volume set for the gain. So I think it's okay. So I might have to reload this microphone configuration things. But anyway, hey everybody, welcome. Thank you so much for being here this evening. And big news, believe it or not, 1,000 subscribers here for the Safety Doc Podcast. 1,000 subscribers. Yes, it is absolutely wild. Welcome, Gun Websites, John Crump Alive, EK, Solitude Surfer, Robert, and BV Luminous. Thank you. Wow, this is just awesome. Ting Ting. Whoa, going all the way back. Go on, Racing. Awesome. So yeah, somehow by the grace of God, this show got to 1,000 subs, and I wouldn't have gotten to this point without all of you. And I mean that sincerely. The show was, for the better part of for the better part of 4 years, this show was kind of unknown, and I started recording the show just to try to bring awareness to school and community safety. First few episodes, really wonky. I've got like a tripod and a camera set up, and then a different audio recorder, and just trying to interview people and finding a way. But actually, John, thanks for letting me know. Audio sounds good. I think my gain was a little low last time. I've adjusted a little higher, so I think it's good. So anyway, so I started to do the shows, and one of the first ones, I think episode maybe 3, I interviewed a lady who had a search and rescue dog. Sierra was a search and rescue dog, and she was talking about how that all worked and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And then to progress, and now this is episode 163, having that hiatus from January of this year to about August when I was writing my book. So took time off from the show, but now back, and enjoying it. So this is the Safety Doc Podcast, and Monday or Friday mornings is Face Validity Fridays, which I'm really enjoying too, going through 4 or 5 headlines and saying, does this make sense from a face validity standpoint? So here in southern Wisconsin, it is about 30 degrees, but no snow, because it was in the 60s here last week. We never had those big winds that came through, although in the northern part of the state, some areas did have EF2 tornadoes and had some houses and barns and stuff like that down, but really not too much going on around here. It was kind of a mad scramble for everybody to get their Christmas decorations inside, like their inflatable snowmen and the Grinch and Minions and so forth. So I checked, and my metal deer, one of them was tilted over. Those things are staked down pretty far. Like I put those things out, probably right around the first week of November when the soil's still pretty pliable. But yeah, so I was able to get everything. So, let me kind of get this going over here. So, Robert is saying only 5 degrees lower than New York. Yeah, it was. And it's going to be in the 40s here on Friday. So all good news. A week ago today, we took delivery of the new vehicle. So I kind of figured out most of that by now. But I remember we're about, it wasn't 8:30, but last week, we're sitting there, my wife and I, as the dealer's going through, stuff. And And, all the stuff of like, here's how to like check the calibration of the steering, and it'll come up and like, I'm never, not probably going to use this stuff. And this and this and this. And if you can save like, 50 radio stations, or you want another 10, you press this. I'm like, nope. All right. It's all cool. Like things I don't need. But it is cool. First all-wheel drive vehicle, Robert, all-wheel drive. And I needed to use it on Saturday. It was on the interstate, and we passed 8 salt trucks, and there was one car accident. It started to snow a little bit, and it was getting slippery. So boop, put her in the all-wheel drive. Not that that's the magic, but it definitely made a difference. So, but yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for supporting the show. 1,000 subscribers. When I started out, like for the first 100 episodes, I was maybe like at 300 subs. I would post on Twitter and LinkedIn, and I have my website, safetyphd.com. You see down in the corner, I'd be like, why isn't this show growing? And I'm not sure. Safety is kind of a niche thing, and I had great guests on. I interviewed Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief, and then finally, people started to find out about the show, and yes, so man against the mess. 0W20, that's the way to go. Completely right now. 0W20 full synthetic is the way to go. So yeah, oh my goodness. All-wheel drive kicks. I loved it. I noticed it right away. So yeah, just really, really happy with the vehicle. like it's weird because the first couple times I drove it, and then it has a heads-up display, which I'd never had before. And I'm just like, this is so much better than what I had, which was a 14-year-old base model sedan, which served us well for many years. But then to come into something, like this and all the technology and the heated seats and the heated steering wheel, this is goofy stuff. But hey, Vanessa, hello to you. We'll push you to move more. Yeah, John, with the show. Bears Vikings tonight. So I'm here in Wisconsin, where the Packers have the #1 seed. So good stuff. Media Hits is here, for goodness sakes. It's our good friend, Media Hits. So next Tuesday, come on the show. Possibly, buddy. What is next Tuesday as far as, I don't know what day Christmas is and what day all that is, but I might. So yeah, let me know. GTYSY, which I do not know what that means. So my wife wants my t-shirt at John and Crump Live. Wow. A few more here. Well deserved from our good friend Robert Harrison. Well deserved all around, Doc. You're good. Well, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, for me, I'm going to show you what I did. So I was keeping track every day. I'll put it up here. I was keeping track every day of how many subscribers I had. And then in the middle column is how many viewed hours, because I need 4,000 viewed hours to get to monetize, right? And then on the right, the 31,000, that is the number of views. So that's how I was tracking the progress. And as you can see, like just in the last 2 weeks, we went from 843 up to 1,000. And we also gained about 150 view hours, which is great. So the biggest thing for this channel at the moment is going to be view hours, or people going in and watching shows. Maybe because I did have that kind of hiatus, there wasn't a lot of activity going on. But yeah, people going in and watching and getting up to the 4,000. And once we get to 4,000, the show can be monetized. But having 1,000 subscribers, and thank you so much, is big, because people, when they, when I ask people to be on the show, one of the things they ask is, do you have 1,000 subscribers? Also for my publisher, do you have 1,000 subscribers? It is definitely a hallmark to show that your work has hit a threshold. So I appreciate that. Vanessa will bring your scores up. So thank you. Yeah. And I know people have started, hey, greetings to Sast here. Sast was a guest a couple weeks ago. That episode has 120 views, and boy, it should have more. I know it's a long show, but even, just watch the first 30, 40 minutes of it. And then after that, we kind of branch off into things. Really great content. And I did update the blog post on that at safetyphd.com to include some images of Sast in the 1980s when he's learning the computer programming ropes, and just to kind of see some of that old, the way computers used to be. back in the 80s. Kind of forget about that stuff. Sassed with his motorcycles. So, but yeah, so I've been enjoying things. I ordered a chrome license plate frame for the back of the SUV, and it's the company that makes kind of these accessories out of California. And so they only make a handful of things, and this was one. And I wanted it, like I knew when we got it. I'm like, I want to get this like special. And it was, and it's just accents it really nice. It's a small thing. A lot of people never notice it, but for me, like I notice it. So, but yeah, thank you so much for being here. I already see the show has the light blue notices down below. So even though I'm very careful in how I word these things, you know. Pandemic, COVID, things like that. If the algorithms have just gotten to the point where anything that they sense is in that zone gets put in there. And here's an interesting point. When I go over to DuckDuckGo, shows like this don't show up. And I can see other stuff. DuckDuckGo will show you your stuff and it'll say like it's censored, it's not showing up on other sites. And I'll be like, well, what the hell? So I have a lot of stuff a lot of content which isn't showing up on other sites or even like on Google, right? So I think that's part of the reason this channel hasn't grown. Because I'm like, I'm a fun, good person, right? And with great guests on here like Sast. The content is really good. So, I think it is this thing like we're having to fight for every subscriber, for every recommendation the show gets every time it shows up in a web search and stuff like that. So it legitimately has earned. You've been there. You've helped me. I appreciate it greatly. Before I move on, of course, it's still time to get this right in your basket for Christmas. School of Errors: Rethinking School Safety in America, the most honest book ever written about the $3 billion school safety industry. This is the truth, folks. And also, if you're thinking about what school safety looks like with the pandemic, it's not specifically written pandemic, but you're going to see how those practices work. This is the truth. Again, the most honest book written about this $3 billion school safety industry. And this spun itself into a PBS special that I delivered in 2019. It's hard copy. This is the book. This is the first book I ever received from my publisher. And it's made really well. It's got a sewn cover or sewn binding, right? The cover was sewn. I don't know if that would make much of a difference, but yeah, this thing is in great shape. I mean, the corners aren't bent in, the pages aren't falling out. So another thing is, if you order the book, it's something that's going to be a legacy. Like it's going to be there. You can share it with other people. It's good coffee table book. You could set a 300-degree cup of coffee on here. Probably would do minimal damage. So I'm not guaranteeing that. I'm just saying probably. So, hey, thank you to Walter. Thank you to Media Hits. The world where COVID's getting you. Yeah, no kidding. Media Hits here. So, there, I put out a recommendation, or I put out a request because yesterday I'm like, I don't know what to do for this show. Well, I had ideas. Like I didn't kind of know. And part of it is there are things I want to talk about, but they obviously then the show doesn't get recommended, right? Like if we have certain topics, it doesn't get recommended. So my friends in the 2A community, what this is like, right? So there are things that if I talk about that, mass mandates, FBI in schools, the Merrick Garland FBI memo about parents and schools and collecting evidence of that stuff just hurts the algorithm, although it's truth, and I feel it needs to get out there and there's a value to it. So, it's just kind of finding the balance with that. There are a lot of great ideas that all of you have recommended, and it's just some of it I can't put out there. And it's also with the second book releasing, which is The Velocity of Information. And while I'm at it here, okay, I have 3 screens in front of me. So you're watching at home, you're like, what is happening? What is he looking at? I'm like, I don't know. So what I'm doing right now is bringing up the cover actually of the next book. I had some awesome wall art made, by the way, which is up. I had both covers made as wall art. One has been up for a while, but now I have the other one made. Looks really cool, by the way. So I got to see images here. All right. So let's see it. All right. Folks, if this works, I had to download a different Irfan 64-bit viewer, which is a little sketchy. Wants to open up everything. I'm like, you don't have permission to open everything. It's like, I do. Like, you don't. It's like, go to hell. I'm like, don't get that way with me. You're just a JPEG opener. You never want to be in that situation, folks. Walter and Bacon. Welcome, Bacon. I may take Doc's book on another cannonball run as a wingman. You can. Yeah, my book would love to cannonball run with you in the Isuzu Impreza. So yes, my book will cannonball run. That's when the next book comes out. I'm going to show you the cover of it right here. Share. Well, this is where the hell slides are, but no. I was trying to figure that out before. Okay. There we go. So that's the cover of the book and the velocity of information, human thinking during chaotic times. Man, it is a great read. Absolutely great. Released this April 11th. So the thing is, so the book is $35 for a paperback, which I know is expensive, right? I don't set the prices. It's with the publisher. It's actually $75 for a hard copy because universities have adopted this as a text and libraries buy it, and they know that libraries will buy a hard copy for more. I have no say in that whatsoever. I apologize because I know for you to make a commitment of $35 on a paperback is a big thing. I can tell you I made a commitment of 3,000 hours worth of work. I paid transcriptionists, even though like it's written under a contract, like I put a lot into the book. So when you get the book, it is going to be exceptional, right? Like, this is incredible work of how humans function during short-term chaos, during long-term, 30-day event that might last 3 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. 12 interviews in this book, including people who are hard to interview. Larry Lawton, America's biggest jewel thief. I mean, he will only give interviews to a handful of people, 1.4 million YouTube subscribers. So a friend, he's on my phone. So this book is phenomenal. And it's going to be out. So again, it's worth the investment on the paperback. It will be out in a year in audio. So that's part of the contract. There's a staggered delay in audio. So it comes out initially in hardback, paperback, ebook, and then in audio. So all of those will be out initially. Again, it's just going to be hardback, paperback, but April 11th. Really cool. So that cover, by the way, so I have that as like a 3x5 up on my wall, like professionally made next to School of Airs, my first book. And so they gave me they gave me 5 covers to choose from. Well, we kind of narrowed it down. Like I initially went through like this, the different artwork and things and kind of like picking out ideas. And this wasn't my first choice. And then I kind of worked back to it because we had 22 people who looked at the cover and, all this stuff. And this came out to be the number one choice. And I actually just love it now because, it goes off the page and this whole thing is like, is it light, the speed of light, information at the speed of light? Is it coming to the brain or is it coming out of the brain? What's happening here? And, blue is a color that when you read a book that has a blue cover, it's usually about trustworthiness. Like, red is kind of intrigue and serious, which this book has, but this is more like enlightenment. It's really a professional scholarly work, which you'll enjoy. I talk to you, the reader. I tell you the story. I interviewed Robert Travis, the crab boater, did 2 trips in Alaska, 2 seasons on the Bering Sea. It's an amazing story. And I love the book. So right now I am going through and my job is to proof the book right now. So the publisher and they've assigned their proofing team, which typesets it and puts it into here's what it'll look when it's in the book. And we're not quite on the same page with that because they want to they want to do some things differently with some of my diagrams, which I have professionally done in the trim for this book. So we've been kind of going back and forth. That'll all get ironed out. But so I'm going to talk about this too later on. I'm going to do shows about the book and talk about chapters in the book and themes. But so right now, I go into their system, I log in, and all the book is laid out there. And then they have things that I have to answer, their author questions. And here they are, which is actually very few. Like for School of Errors, it was many more than this. And all 471 citations, endnotes got approved. Like they were like, no, we don't have any questions. I thought for sure that's where I was going to be asked to clarify or bring more. So I have to go through. It's like, but when you read it, you have to read it kind of out loud to yourself and see if it makes sense. And this time it's been through many proofreaders, many editors, stuff like that, because this is big work. And then you go in and make comments and edits and some small changes. And I have to do like one more pass through of that, which will probably take about 2 days, like start to finish, like just go. And then it's like making sure all the figures are in the right place and building out the index, with the publisher and like what has to be indexed, whatnot. But anyway, I'm excited. It is a great book, and it is a book like nothing else you'll read. It rips the Band-Aid off the year 2020, right? It is going to tell you why everybody was declared essential and non-essential, and really why a lot of us were declared unessential. And the publisher, I mean, this is a traditional publisher, right? They actually allowed me to, I mean, this is a risk for them to publish this. I came in at the end of this book and made a statement of saying, we're in the era of passports, right? That each of us has passports based upon our health decisions. And, I thought, oh, they're going to ask me to take that out, because, but they didn't. They were like, we're good. I mean, it's kind of like at the fringe of where you could go on this stuff. And even the university that I teach for, this book really, like School of Errors, really pushes the limit. But I think here's the thing I've learned, everybody. I think people back you if they know that you're a person of integrity. And I said that I have 471 citations in here. I have every word of every interview I've ever done with anybody. Everything in this book can be traced back and anchored to truth. And even though it's going to go against narratives, you read this book, man, it is going to change the way that you see things going forward. Not that you need it. That, I mean, you have that, everybody in the audience, you have that, but this is the calibration tool, and people recognize that, right? I mean, my university is really behind this, as they were with School of Errors. Even, School of Errors calling out the $3 billion school safety industry, and, a book like Velocity of Information. But so I'm thrilled. I really am. It's wonderful. Every day I can go in and see where School of Errors, for example, is in more libraries across the world. So it's like, oh, it's in this library. It's in this new, Squamish, British Columbia or something like that. Or people will email and, hey, this just came into our library as a new, because 2020 things kind of got screwed up with library purchases and stuff. But anyway, I'm really happy about that. So let me go to the chat, and then I'm going to get into what we're going to cover today. So let me go back, because I don't want to miss. I love all you guys. I really do. I mean, it sounds kind of funny at first to say that, but honestly, I've gotten to know quite a few of you, and you've stuck by the channel. You've stuck by my work. It does mean a lot. When I presented on I presented twice on PBS, and I want to do one show where just talking about like what it's like to present on PBS in a live audience. It's not like Grover and stuff like that. But I mean, I remember the second time I presented on PBS, and the people I worked with back then, without me knowing, they caravanned and they drove and they were in the audience. And I was just like, God, that is so cool to do that. I didn't ask anybody to do that. And they were just like, they dressed up, like they were just happy. They were to be there. Like, I know this guy is presenting PBS. And I'm like, that was real. That's friends. Like, those are people who really care. And then like the first time I presented on PBS, like everybody turned at me like, why are you getting the limelight? What is up here? Why, I'm like, oh, that's so crazy, right? To be angry at somebody because they do something. And then you're like, you feel like it takes a spotlight away from you when someone. I never ever like held that over anybody, right? I've never ever said like, I've been on PBS twice. Well, I think it's my Twitter handle, but um, it's just funny the way that some people, I don't know. But like I said, let's go here. Go on race and so take your kids out of school. That might happen sooner than later as the schools go virtual right now. So um, I this whole winter thing, schools are going to get messed up. There'll be a lot of schools that will go virtual. And part of it is because of our show today, right? Because of the topic that the CDC on December 17th said, hey, we have a new idea for schools. Why don't you test students in order to keep them in? Testing basically saying that they're negative for COVID. So we're going to go through that today because I was a school administrator for 20 years. I'm going to tell you what that actually would look like in practice. Solitude Surfer put, they already tagged you, Doc, in the blue banner. Yeah, I know, buddy. It's only a half of it. if you knew the true underpinnings here of the things that Doc has been dragged through in the last year by different organizations, I guess it's not been good, but it's just the way that it is if you're the Doc. But anyway, Solitude Server, thank you so much, buddy. I see you in here quite a bit. This I'm not sure. Oh, it's 3 celebrations. EK, thank you, buddy. Thank you. I'm gonna call you buddy, right? 1K, yeah, it's good. I mean, it is cool. It is so fun to open up, the app and see. Oh, 1K. It's been forever. The censorship is horrible. This is from EK. Heard about your channel off True Tragedies. Yeah, True Tragedies has done much to promote my show. She'll be a guest on my show, Betty, coming up, and talk about being the recipient, right, of cyberstalking and the aspects of what that's like, how you have to modify your life routines, how you counter that, how you identify that. I did a show a few years ago on grooming, for example, as children and even like college age students. People are groomed and become part of the sex trafficking. And I presented professionally on that, of how to identify and how to counter sex trafficking. And it's kind of like that, like it's in the same area, but I haven't done a show specifically on that. And I look forward to Betty talking about her experiences. And it's unfortunate, right? But thankfully she's willing to and eager to share, so other people do not have to go through that, or if they start to identify that they're the recipient of that, they know how to respond. So yes, Betty will be on the show. Thank you. This is from Ting Ting. High Safety Bacon sent me. Bacon's not good for your health. Bacon is not good for your health. Apparently it's not good for cars because he was not running zero weight oil. Blew his engine. So I'll tell you what, Bacon I've known for a couple of years. Bacon was a guest on the show. And one of the things with Bacon is Bacon is very intellectual. Looking and reading his blog post, I was impressed instantly. And I told him that. I said, you're a really thoughtful guy. And the term I used is, I said, you have what's called panoply vision. Panoply. Is it like Monopoly? Well, it's kind of, I'm going to try to put it here. I'm typing underneath my microscope. This could be a correct spelling, or it might not. It might be totally something different. But when he would write his blog post, he would be able to frame things in different perspectives as he went through his post. Like, here's how someone in this position might see it, or this position, or this position. And he did it in a subtle way, but you knew it was happening. So suddenly when you got done with his blog post, you're like, you've just gone through this multiplex of seeing this issue from many angles. So I told him, this was a couple of years ago before I really knew him well. And I said, you're really good at this. Like, you're a smart guy. And I also said, like, few people can do this, which is true. I work with a lot of people. I know a lot of people, a lot of great people, but when they analyze things, they either take it from a central perspective, like, this is how I see things, just me. Or they might take it, from one or two perspectives. But I said, Bacon, you really got a good way that you do things. It's real, and it's natural for you. Like, so keep doing your stuff. And I enjoy his Friday night shows. I'm glad to call him a friend. And, we've never met in person, but that will change someday because I'm road trekking with the new book release. And I'm just going to make sure that happens. It's important in life to meet people, right? In real life things. This has all been great. I really appreciate this, but when I do have that opportunity, I'm certainly going to, let Bacon know. I probably won't drive all the way out to California, right? It's not going to be Sausalito summertime, but yeah, I'm going to meet up. That was a great show. Bacon was documenting the pandemic terms, all the new like contact tracing, 6 feet away, safer at home, and then these big terms which became part of our lexicon, just our everyday language. So let me go through here. Robert is saying, hey, zero weight oil. I'm telling you, zero weight oil is the best. Stuff is perfected now. So Ting Tang, yeah, thanks on your 1,000 subs. It's good. And it's our good friend John Crump Live. Thanks, John. So it looks like you had a good time with the DLD and Flying Rich a couple nights ago. You guys had a great show, so I appreciate that. And I was amazed, like with all you guys, but like Flying Rich will be like, hey, my vacuum cleaner for my swimming pool went out, so I'm going to 3D print the replacement parts. And he does it. And I'm like, holy smokes, like that is so cool. So I want to have him on the show and talk about, what is currently possible with home 3D printing, where the future is going. Because I wrote about it in my book, The Velocity of Information. We're in this phase right now where we're going from just-in-time manufacturing to 3D printing, and that's happening very fast. And I don't think people are recognizing it, or at least the media is not talking about it, right? But we went from warehousing in the 80s to just-in-time in the 90s and early 2000s, and then start to go 3D printing. But we're going to be 3D printing very soon. So a lot of things that you want, like I think it's like the auto parts place, like O'Reilly and AutoZone, stuff like that. They're saying, within 5 years, I expect you're going to come in and say, hey, I need a new fuel pump for my, 1984 Bonneville. And they'll be like, okay, what's the VIN number? And you'll punch it in, and they'll be, all right, that'll be 12 minutes. And then their 3D printer goes, bzz, 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 bzz. And actually, they do print metal stuff now, and you'll have it. And here it'll be. It won't be back in stock or whatever. So pretty amazing stuff. But we're kind of caught in this middle phase right now, too, which I talk about in the book, is like people aren't investing as much into just-in-time manufacturing. And it's one of the reasons we have backups and delivery at warehouses and stuff like that, because like the whole warehouse model is going to be lessened very soon as people 3D print at home, or regional 3D printers, very localized 3D printing happens. So, but again, write about it. It's in the book, The Velocity of Information. And BB Luminous, buddy, thanks on 1,000. I appreciate it. Like it means a lot to me, because I know it's 163 channels. Well, what was 162 episodes, excuse me, that it took to get there. But really, it took getting to know all of you, and then you sharing out with your audiences. Hey, like there's this guy, the safety doc, John Crump. Thank you so much for having me on your show. After that, there was a big jump in viewers, and just saying, there's this person out there who has a substantial body of professional work that he's done himself to inform, and some really cool interviews. And everything is on audio. It's all leveled. There's a blog post for every single show, about 800 words, about a 4 or 5 minute read. And it's one of those things where not every show is going to be for you, but like if you were to put together a playlist and you're like, I'm going to take 10 shows that Doc did, and I'm doing like a road trip or something, you could find 10 really cool shows. And, and there'd be things you learn that you never learned, like, before, like the Larry Lawton and his attention in prison. Like, what did you look for in prison? And the question I asked him, like, how did you find out about 9/11? The guy spent a third of his time in prison in the hole, which was basically a telephone booth in a dark room. And so that's the thing, like you're hopefully going to come away from this of saying, yeah, like here's something new, like that no one else is talking about, or it's going to hopefully validate, like you're going to be like, I'm not alone in like my sanity thinking. There are other people who think sane, which like all of you do. So thank you so much. So John is saying thumbs up, people. Yeah, we've got 17 thumbs up. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Salty Army Tulsa Asian girl here. So Ting Ting. Well, thank you, Ting Ting. I appreciate it. So thank you for being in the Army. I appreciate that. And this I take it as from when we started here. So Salty Server, man, I see you around. You're a good guy. So cute. Hey everyone, love from Australia. Yes, down under. You're in Australia? Wow. So EK, I interviewed Nikolai Razvayu in my book. He is the Soviet cyclist who had to cycle the day after Chernobyl, an hour away from Chernobyl in Kiev. So that's my main interview in the Velocity of Information. So he lives in Australia right now. So yeah, John Crump, Tuesday, get a hold of me. I actually think that's going to work. I want to be on your show. I love your show. It's just, all this the holidays, right? So it's like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation and Uncle Eddie and like who's coming over and where do we have to go and stuff like that. So it's the holidays and we're all miserable. So ninth thumb. So we're getting 8 gun websites. I saw you earlier today, buddy. Thanks, John Crump. And BV Lunas, I'm having 24 degrees, lowest point overnights, easily manageable. So yeah, heck yeah, kick butts. So let me try to kick up, find where we're at here. Media hits. At some point we'll start the show, right? But thank you so much. Our good friend Sass, and people have emailed me about the interview with Sass and they've loved it, right? Sast is an incredible person, and go back a couple weeks. The interview I did with Sast, so he suffered a traumatic brain injury as a young man, motorcycle accident, and then worked in vocational rehabilitation to learn the basics of computers, and then continuing to do things that he loves, like flying model planes and motorcycles and things like that. But that was just a good interview. Sass is a great person, and we kind of joke too about his Isuzu Impreza and his cannonball run. I think where he averaged 138 miles an hour, taking Coors across Connecticut. But yeah, that is a great interview. It's one of those things too for like agency and purpose. Like, right, what happens to us when bad things happen to us? Like, how do you respond to that? And how does that change your life? And how do you go forward when you kind of have this constant companion with you of this bad event that happened, the post-traumatic brain injuries? So I just have a lot of respect for Sass. I am proud to call him a friend, and that's a great show. And that will be, we'll do other shows too. GTSY, good to see you. Thank you, Ting Ting. Like, what does this mean? It's like me sitting in the car, like doing the orientation, and there's like this button for this and this and this, and here's like your GPN. Here's how I'm like, I don't know, like lifetime navigation. I'm like, I'll figure it out. Like, right, I'll go through the book, I'll watch some YouTube videos, and yeah, I did pick it up. It wasn't that big of a thing, but anyway. So bacon, yeah, 1K. I mean, who would have thought? Like 1K. So the city where I live is doing a parade for the 1K. And yeah, so fire trucks, floats, the whole deal, bands. And it's tomorrow morning. So it's all around town. It is kind of like the Whoville parade. It's awesome. They're like 1K for the dock. Yeah, probably 100,000 people show up. We only live in a town of 10,000, but like, people are big into that. They're like, you hit 1,000 subs? I'm like, yeah, I did. So here's an email from former President Jimmy Carter. Dave, congratulations on the 100,000 subs. Hell of a job. By the way, have you ever eaten hard-boiled peanuts? I lived in Alabama for a while, Dothan to be exact. Have a great day. By the way, watching the show tonight, Jimmy Carter. Wow. I've never done the boiled peanuts thing. So, but I have been in Alabama. I've actually been in Dothan, so it's good. Vanessa saying we'll bring your scores up. So yeah, it's watch hours. so right. I mean, how can I overtly not say, like, just please watch the show? Or if you're mowing your lawn where it's warm and not cold, like where I'm at, watch the show. Or if you're working on something, watch it in the background. There was one YouTuber who actually had an episode where all he did was say, like, please watch my show in the background or keep it on and let it run and click on the ad so I get monetized. I'm like, well, that's not me. Like, but obviously, I am hoping, right, and it will happen at some point, to get to the 4,000 hours. So if you have something else going on and you want to scroll through and put on a couple of the shows, I appreciate that, right? Because I do want to get this show to 4,000 hours, right? And I do want to get more subscribers. So I want more people to know about it. So EK is saying, hey, hello, nice to meet you. Sass one to me watching your interview before. So glad you're okay. It's a good guy. It's a good guy, Robert. I hate all the rules on YouTube. Yeah. It's funny because it's not funny, but I knew, like, I kind of suspected this would be a flagged show. Like they would go after this one. And then of course I can go and DuckDuckGo and see like, yep, they totally are like banning this one. I'm like, damn it. But you know, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy stuff. So EK, fantastic content. So yeah, I did an interview with David Hyde, who was a man who's blind from birth. I think it was like my 15th podcast. It's a really great show, and he's a friend of mine. So, it's just not somebody like I pulled in for an interview. He's a friend of mine, and I was just asking, like, what's it like to be blind, and how's the whole safety thing, like, you know, safety drills, like getting around the community and stuff. And I mean, it was a great show. I mean, because we're good friends. We, you know, it wasn't. Anyway, it was a great show. Even the show, not even the show I did last week, the release on. I worked at the School for the Blind for 4 years, and you know, what does safety look like? And all the quirky things that happen at a School for the Blind, residential kids live there during the week. And for me, though, I'll be honest, it was the greatest job I ever had in my whole life. It was the best job I ever had, and I loved it there. And but you know, when I first considered the job, like, well, a friend of mine who worked there said, "Yeah, you should consider this." There's nothing. I don't know, man. The reason was because, like, I was terrified. Do I have to learn Braille? Like, how am I going to do this? And he said, no, you don't have to learn Braille. And, you know, it's unlike anything you've ever experienced. And it was such a great place. So that was a terrific interview. And I have a lot of photos to go with that one too, from when I worked there. I'll tell you, that really made me, help me as an expert in school safety, because how do you do school safety for kids who are totally blind and staff? So you got to learn, right? You got to figure out all these strategies, and like apps aren't going to work for notifications if they don't have voiceover and stuff like that. But oh God, it was just such a good experience for me. So let's get down here before we start. And it is our good friend Walter. Walter saying, Ting Tang, I went to your DM from Walter. So Walter's a friend of the show. So thank you so much, Walter. Let me go down here. So pretty soon I'll be clicking on super chats. Maybe we'll see. This is Man Against Masses. I'm glad that my kids are adults and don't have to deal with the flu stuff in schools, but they're dealing with the grandkids. Yeah. Oh my God, man. It is insane in the membrane. And I'm a school administrator, right? You know, retired. I have 2 kids who attend school right now, K-12, and we get notifications 3-4 times a day. I'm going to bring one of them up here during the show. And it's just like, your kid has been in close contact with someone who's tested positive for COVID. If they have symptoms, keep them home. If they don't have symptoms, they can go to school. You can obtain a rapid test at Walgreens or whatever. And it's like the thing, you know, it's just like, you can tell, like, it's been put together by a lawyer. It's their legal team. And I support our district. And I think that the head of nursing for the school district is very, very good. But it is this whole thing where it's just like, so what do you do now? And thankfully, they haven't decided to go remote, but there are districts around us making that decision. And as I talked about in one of the earlier shows, I think that's a really bad decision to do that. So what does school safety look like for the blind? Yeah, Man Against Masses. That was an interesting thing. And, you know, and as I shared in that podcast a week ago, we had a 2-alarm fire when I was there, a Friday during the start of lunch. We had a 2-alarm fire, and an authentic fire, not a fire drill, like a fire. And so I got notified right away, right, as one of the administrators. And usually it was like a sensor or something. So, I mean, we still would evacuate everything. But then I was like, I'm not getting that notification. I'm like, no, we have a fire underneath the cafeteria. Like, this room's on fire. I'm like, holy smokes. So, you know, fire department responds. We've got everybody out. And, you know, then the second alarm responds. And so I've got pictures right in that show from last week that I took of the fire trucks. And just how you do that, because it's school for the blind, right? And then the kids go home on the weekend, so we had to get their stuff out of the dorms. But because we had drilled, and my rule was my boss's rule I also included like a 30-second voicemail from my boss, who was just like such a great guy. These people are just good people in life. Like he's one of those people. He's the person where you'd get done with some kind of meeting or something, really like a time intensive thing. And you get a voicemail the next morning, you click and he'd be like, great job with this. Like, this was really well done or whatever. Like, this is a template. And I'd be like, he's the person, you work for people like that. You work extra hard, right? And those are people who then you want to emulate. So that voicemail is in that message in that podcast from last week. This is our good friend. This is Walter. Don't read my love notes out loud. So I don't know if you're referring back to last week's show. So at the School for the Blind, some of the students have they had apps, dating apps, so eHarmony and stuff like. I don't know if they had Tinder or whatever, but this one young man that he came up to me and said, "Hey, would you help me set up this app?" And I said, "I can't do that. Okay, like I understand like with preferences and stuff and things, but like it kind of has to be a family member with setting up your dating app." And then he about a month later, he's like, "Hey, I don't know, like Dr. P, I think he said, hey, Dr. P, like I've got like 55 like connections or whatever it is on the app. I don't know which app it was, but he said, would you scroll through these and kind of give me your take on like, do you think I should contact them or not?" So I'm like, one, I appreciate that you trust me and that you think I have good taste. So appreciate that. So I'm not going to say, I wouldn't steer you wrong. Like, you're right. I wouldn't do that to you, but like, I can't do this. Like, I can't look through your matches and say, yeah, this one, yes. And this one, no, yes, no, yes, no, definitely no, and no, and here's a yes, and here's a maybe. It's up to you. But the same thing was, it's this weird position you're placed in, because I'm like, I mean, he can't see these images, and it didn't have voiceover for this thing. So, but like you have to, and I also said, like, do not just take one of your partially sighted friends who attend school here, who might just try to prank you into this awful date or whatever, so it has to be someone who's kind of in your trust corner. Right. But I'll tell you though, I honestly, I don't know if I expressed this in the first show last week, but it really was an honor though, to have a student, I don't know if honor is the word, but to have a student say, I trust you enough just, to tell me what you think on this, kind of like a member check for dating, even though like, you could not do that. Right. But I was, just trying to give out the advice, like just whoever you have that looks through these, like you have to know them really, really well. Like don't default this to somebody else who lives in the dorm. So, but I never thought this is a crazy experience. So, and I'm kind of like going through some of these, thinking like, I don't know, man. So I'm like, maybe right here, maybe not, maybe whatever. So good guy. So, it was a great kid. Like I said, I loved that job. When I look back on my life, like I am so damn glad that the circumstances happened to me, that I was able to work as an administrator at the School for the Blind for 4 years. I am so blessed that happened to me. I'm just, the people that I met, the skills that I learned, and it is just a place of, it's unbelievable to explain what it's like. I'll tell you, like I came into it like with apprehension to the top of my hair. I mean, I was just like, oh my goodness, like how is this going to work? How am I going to, fit into this? And then we're going to have to learn Braille and all this stuff with the kids. And I'm like, boy, it was just such a good thing for me. And for the, the kids, right? And just for everybody involved. I just really, I love that position. EK wrote, I feel so horrible for kids and teens in school. It's not easy. Yo, Flying Rich. So, person I'm going to have on the show, and really admire Rich again. Just a great person. And then for example, saying, I have a 3D printer. This is what Rich did. I have a pool, which I don't have, the ice skating rink right now. And he said, I'm going to 3D print these parts that I need, like bearings and stuff to fix my pool cleaner. And then he shows a video of it and stuff. But that's really cool, right? Like this is just using 3D printing, problem solving stuff. He's just a cool person. Rich is a good guy. Media Hits, the audio podcasts are good listens. Any problems with iTunes? So I don't have any problems with iTunes. I'm on iTunes. All my shows are on iTunes. So yeah, if you find the Safety Doc podcast, it's all on iTunes. All my audio podcasts are leveled. I run them through a leveler. So, I typically don't listen to them. But when I go out biking, like I do like 100-mile trek on a bike, which right now I don't do because it's winter, but I will download podcast. And on the way back, I have, I have a speaker, not like a speaker, I have a speaker. And then I can usually get about 4 hours of audio out of the speaker. And I have an old Samsung phone, so I just have music on it. And it works pretty well. Well, not music and podcasts, but so then I can listen to about 4 hours of podcasts. Because on a day trek, I might do like 8 hours, 9 hours, 100 miles or so. And then on the way back, I'll usually break it up by throwing in some podcasts and things like that. But not my own shows, like other shows, like Bacon, stuff like that. Man Against Mess, always hitting hard questions. So, hey, folks, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Rich. I'm kind of like, I'm not really connected in with the time thing right now. Like, it's hard for me to believe like a week from, not even a week from the day is Christmas. By the way, I have Christmas gifts I have to wrap yet. So I'm kind of like Clark Griswold. I'm like, I think I've got them down here in this drawer, but I'm not really sure, but we'll see. So, hey, hey, libertarian of you, Ting Tang, I agree. So let's kind of see his Bacon. John Rice, our good buddy, John Rice. Vira don't kill people. They may not even just read the contagion myth. So, yeah. One of the things, so I had a very awkward holiday experience, family gathering, and anyway, I'm like, I'm not sharing out personal information at a family gathering because if everyone wants to share out their complete personal information of their medical histories and other histories, then I guess maybe if we're all on the level ground for that. But, when I start to pose questions like, are you going to be able to go to the post office tomorrow? Is the post office closed? Well, I can go to the post office tomorrow. Is your postal carrier doing anything different? Have you seen them in full antiviral gear, like a yellow gown and gloves that they change out, or like a UV wand as they deliver your mail, or a mask? No, I haven't seen that. Okay. So, you start to pose these things. It feels like, you know what? Here's from the FDA website. Pfizer has applied requesting 55 years before people have the right for freedom of information request, meaning they can't be brought before Congress or even the president to talk about trials and things. Anything with that seems kind of out of the ordinary, considering there's 20 years for a patent for a medicine. 20 years is the most. And does that 55 years, does that ring a bell with anybody? Anything else 55 years? Which I kind of know, right? So, but I'm like, I don't bring this stuff with me. But sometimes you're forced to unpack it in the presence of people, and I don't like that. And I don't appreciate when people put me in that position, but anyway, so, let's keep going down here. So, the dating app, yeah, like that was actually EK. That was a genuine. It's such a genuine, kind moment. Again, the student. I mean, because it's a trusting. One thing you learn when you work with students who are blind is there is such a high level of trust that, I mean, before they invest their trust in you, you really have to earn it. And there's something called hand under arm guidance. Like I will hand under elbow. And so you don't have to use your cane. Like I'll get you down to the track or get you through a mall or something like that. And sometimes you would do that with a student. And for a student who usually used a cane to navigate, to not use a cane and trust you, that was a big thing. And a lot of students would say no if they didn't know you well or they didn't trust you. So if you have that trust from a student, you can put like a multiplier of 100 on that, because that is a big vesting of that student, that like their life is in your hands at that point. And I never took that lightly. Like that was a big indicator. You could tell of how then the student rapport was with you and the trust level. So it really meant something for a student to say, yes, I will allow you to guide me hand under elbow. So, John, my daughter's 13. God help if the school gets stupid. So it's crazy stuff now, man. I'm like, I watched The Breakfast Club, and I was in school like at the same time of, the characters and kind of the same age and stuff. Like it's not that way anymore. I'm building out a syllabus for spring. I teach legal courses, and I have a diagram that I'm going to share in that course that I'm going to share the diagram tonight. But I'm like, I shouldn't say I don't know what to teach, right? I've been doing this for 20 years, but it's difficult because things are changing so quickly, and the way that the laws are being interpreted and followed or not followed are changing so quickly. So I'm having to teach differently than I've ever taught before, because I'll have to say things like, this is how this would be if the law was actually followed, and there were consequences right now for truancy or for regular vaccines for diphtheria and mumps and measles, like for things like that. Like here would be the consequences. But since like no one is enforcing that right now, here's the world we live in. And so it's kind of this both ways thing. So it's weird to teach that way. And yeah, especially as like a 20-year PhD prof. I haven't had my PhD for 20 years, but like I'm pretty high ranking, like where I'm at for a prof. And then to come in and just to be like, be honest, like, I know what I'm telling you isn't the way that what your lawyers are telling you in your district or how things are even enforced. Like, so I'll tell you best practice and hope you do that. I'm not here to enforce things. And these, are good people and stuff, but I mean, you got to be honest with people. So here's a good from Bacon. I'm already imagining the headers for the profiles. I can do things with my hands. Other people, I can only dream. That's hilarious, Bacon. Oh my goodness, that is funny. That is absolutely funny. So I'll tell you this: I played video games with kids, like Call of Duty and stuff. Right, kids who were totally blind would play video games, which seems like you couldn't do this, right? I have a friend who was one of the creators of Minecraft, and I shared this with him, and I said, I work at a school for the blind, and kids play video games even though they can't see. And he's like, what? I'm like, seriously, like they'll play like 3-4 hours a day. They'll be in the dorms, and they do it, like it works. So they asked me, or they invited me. It's kind of like the cornfield and Field of Maize, like, come with us. So I was in the dorm lounge, and the kids are firing up like Call of Duty. I don't know this very well. So of course, and there's this kid next to me, and completely blind. He's got his controller in his hand. He's got like haptic orientation. He's completely blind. And he's like, all right, like it's going to be you and I against whatever. And I'm like, you got to help me through this. Like I'm not good at this, right? I'm an old man playing a video game, and you're a kid, and you're blind. Like, how do you do this? Like, and the haptic, I don't know. And the kid's just like dominating. He's like going through it, and I'm just like, a minute in, like, somebody takes me out, and I'm just like, but it's this experience. How in the hell? Kids who are blind play video games, and they do. And so it's one of those things too, where I also had this check on what I was thinking as parameters and things. And like again, I blend it back into school safety and these things of what expectations for people and things like ours. We don't set the bar high enough for people, and it's a discount on what people are capable of. And that reflects right down to all of us, like to ourselves. We discount that. But anyway, yeah. So I got. And the kids are like, come on, Dr. B, like you can do this. I'm like, yeah, seriously, I'm doing the best I can. So I'm sighted, and there's like, students who aren't sighted, and they're playing this game. It's wild. It was absolutely wild. So this is Heather Williams. Hey, Heather, thank you for being here. At this point, being very well sighted, couldn't even trust my own judgment. Life felt kudos to you. So thanks. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. So I'll tell you that again, like. I could go on, and something I will have on one of my former coworkers, Justin, at the School for the Blind. I just cannot express how much of an impact that job had on me, and how important working there was for me. It was kind of like, I think it would be like working at school maybe in the 1950s or 60s. You know, you didn't have the crazy discipline stuff, the police coming into schools. The back went down to a track, and then the track went down to a river, and the school had been there since 1849. I mean, the current building was like, the 1960s, but all. So you just had this sense of community, and this, your kids weren't swearing at you. They were naturally a lot of please and thank yous, and I don't know. It was almost the sabbatical of the mind to come into that. And I shared this. I worked with people who were all stars in other districts, people who were coveted by districts all around, who had come to that location. And you kind of figured out why, because the kids were pretty awesome. They were eager to learn. You had a high staff to student ratio. You had support from administration. Like you could invent things as you're going into this. Like, how do we do this? And you didn't have a school board. There wasn't a school board. So you didn't have all these crazy politics coming into play. And so it was liberating for people who were stars in other places, but either hit the third rail in politics or something like that and got burned out of there. So yeah, it was absolutely amazing. I can't, I cannot just thank fate enough that happened to me, that opportunity from my timeline to have that line up. It was great. Martin Kaminsky. Hey, Martin, welcome. Man Against the Masses. Why doesn't the USPS have an after hours package drop off for prepaid? They should. Absolutely. Martin, you're right on. Thanks, buddy. Like a big shoe. No, like, right. So, Safety Doc, you experienced much bullying amongst the kids? I didn't. No, not amongst visually impaired kids. And part of it too is I also don't think, like, you never had the competition of like, oh, you're wearing this clothing or you have this phone or whatever. Like there wasn't. It was very little. We never had a call for the police because of school violence. We had kids, typically it'd be like tobacco they'd bring in, stuff like that. So yeah, it was actually pretty tame stuff, like probably 1950s, 60s type stuff. So, media hits. Those kids could have used video games as safety simulators. Who knows? Yeah, it's a good question. Martin Kaminsky, are you shipping from home? And then, I'm not trying to be rude, I promise. Is it anything like the School for the Blind that Mary and Adam ran on Little House on the Prairie? I honestly don't know that. I know their one daughter became blind, right, later in life. I don't know. I don't know the Little House on the Prairie series well enough. I used to watch it, but I haven't seen it like in 15 years. So, but that episode from last week, I go into quite a bit of that. I'll tell you, I think I was terrified when I first went there for a few reasons. One is I was like, if I have to learn Braille, like, how am I going to learn Braille, like, at my age? And I just don't think I'm going to be able to do it. And then, like, how do you interact with blind kids? Like, how do you do this? And the thing is, like, that, first of all, you don't have to learn Braille except visual Braille, like be able to read the 6-dot square, rectangles and things like that, which wasn't that hard, like, once you practice it. And then kids are kind of kids, like, right? You just kind of figure it out, and their sense of humor and stuff. And but yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, and then the orientation mobility, like how you learn the cane stuff. Basically, you're not teaching kids the cane stuff, but you're reinforcing. So like what good cane sweeps are. They're going down hallways, and you can reinforce things like that and stuff. And FIAD was absolutely awesome. Like, I was embedded into the FIAD program with some of the students that I worked with, and we had people from all around the country who would come in and watch the FIAD teacher work with students. Literally, I mean, it was a showcase in a round gymnasium with a round track up above. This building won an award, this gym, when it was built. But this guy was so good. Oh, so good. So voting ballots should never be sent through the mail or dump dropped. We already seen the convenience of pallets. Yeah, I'm with you there. If you can't get out to mail or have a really viable process that's verified for mail-in ballots, come on. I mean, this is democracy. This is America, right? So let me get over to our show. So here's what's happening right now. The CDC, Centers for Disease Control, on December 17th came out with new guidance for schools. So here's what the CDC does. It's not a rule. It's not legislation. Schools do not have to follow this, but schools for pandemic stuff, typically what they're supposed to do is follow county guidance. Most counties by this time have thrown up their hands and said, good luck. Like, you do what you want to do. You be you. So schools have to do something. So schools then kind of default to CDC guidance. And the CDC for the last year had this in place where basically if you are a student, and I'm going to bring up the image here of what happens. So let's do this. Don't tell me my memory's full. I know that's a lie. All right, let me bring up the screenshot. So this is from my kid's school. This arrived today. So this goes on and on, but you can kind of see we get like 4 of these a day because we've got 2 kids in school. And so this is an email or a text we got, and then we get an email that goes with it. It says the following are the current expectations. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And then the following are the expectations, quarantine expectations. If your student is having symptoms, so basically you get a notification that says, hey, your kid was in a class where a close contact was somebody else who tested positive for COVID. And then you get this. The following are the current quarantine expectations. If your student is having symptoms consistent with COVID-19 infection, they need to quarantine and or obtain a PCR COVID-19 test, not the rapid test. Right there, you're going to lose half the parents, especially in the community we live in. Okay, PCR test, not a rapid COVID test. What is a symptom consistent with COVID-19 here in Wisconsin in winter, where everybody has colds, or if they're outside and it warms up, they have allergies. But anyway, okay, we'll keep going. If your student does not show symptoms of COVID-19, they may remain in school this period of quarantine unless someone in the home has tested positive. Okay, so I guess if a sibling tests positive, the other sibling. If someone in your household tests positive for COVID-19, the district requires all household members to stay home. And then it keeps going, but this is all from my screenshot. And so the way this works currently in schools, and this is pretty common, especially in Wisconsin where I'm at, 421 school districts. So the schools know by the schedule maker, right? So if it's an elementary school, it's pretty easy. Like, you're in this homeroom, so these are the kids you share your day with. At high school, it's a little different because it's like, okay, you're scheduled for 6-hour geometry, and this other student has 6-hour geometry. It's 50 minutes long in the block schedule. But anyway, like, schools kind of have this figured out. So these emails come out all the time to the point where they've lost all effectiveness. Like, this is ubiquitous. So the way it would work, though, is basically saying, hey, like, there was somebody in your kid's class, they tested positive for COVID. If your kid has symptoms, they should test or stay home. Okay, we got it. Now, per the CDC, December 17th, the CDC is changing this. So the CDC has come out with this new guidance, right? So here's what the CDC says, and then I'll bring up the website. So on December 17th, the CDC came out with new guidance. This isn't a rule. This isn't a law for schools, but a lot of schools are following this. They're following what the CDC recommendations are because they're getting nothing from their state and they're getting nothing from their local county health. And they don't want to, if they get sued, they want to be able to show that they followed something that, quote unquote, was reputable. I talked about this with Lisa Linney on one of my podcasts too. Parents were suing school districts saying, hey, didn't do enough to protect my kid here in Wisconsin. So schools, if they are following CDC guidance, they could fall back on that, right? If they're sued, say, hey, we're following CDC guidance, and usually then a judge or fact finder would look at that and say, yeah, um, they did their due diligence, the district. So here's how this is changing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 5 things, not 3 things. Do 5 things. I'm going to talk to you about what has changed from the CDC starting December 17th, how things currently work in schools. Remember, I was a school administrator for 20 plus years. So I'm going to tell you exactly how this works. A lot of my friends are school administrators. I'm going to tell you also, like, this has a lot of contact tracing in it. So what does that mean? Contact tracing. What is this whole testing that they're going to require? Testing to stay in school. So what does that look like? And, also the fact testing at the same time, like insurance companies have come out and said, by the way, we're not picking up the cost of testing for COVID anymore. Good luck. And I'm going to also then pull back and put up a slide and show you, before all of this COVID stuff was kind of in play, what did it look like for immunizations in schools? What were the requirements and how compliant were schools with that? And what happened if you had a student who arrived at your school one day and they didn't have any immunization records and the parents didn't file an exemption because of religious reasons or whatever? What happened to that student? So I'm going to go through that with you and put up a pretty amazing graphic I made today. The graphic is so because I made it, but it's going to be enlightening. You're going to look at this and say, holy smokes. And that's the point I'm going to get across, is they're making it sound like this is a very tight, controlled system, which it completely is not. So yeah, this isn't. So anyway, so December 17th, the CDC comes out, and this is what they say. So I'm going to read it. I might as well put it up on the screen here. So let's do this. All right, let me make this a little bit bigger. All right. This is from my show notes, by the way. Okay, let me read this. From the CDC, December 17th. Test to Stay combines contact tracing and serial testing that is repeated at least twice during a 7-day period post-exposure to allow asymptomatic, school-associated close contacts who are not fully vaccinated and do not test positive for SARS-CoV-2 to continue in-person learning. Because fully vaccinated close contacts are not required to quarantine following exposure, they would not be included to test and stay. So basically, if you're vaccinated, this doesn't apply to you. Students who participate in Test to Stay should consistently and correctly wear masks while in school and should stay home and isolate if they develop symptoms or test positive for SARS-CoV-2. In the studies done in Illinois and California, both the person, that's interesting because I took it directly, both the person, it's 2 people, but it's 1 person with COVID-19 and close contact had to be properly masked at the time of exposure to qualify for Test to Stay. Let me get over here. So, okay. If students are considering implementing Test to Stay, if schools, are implementing Test to Stay, they should have a robust contact tracing process in place and access to testing resources. For example, testing supplies and personnel to conduct testing and access to existing community testing site. Among other layered prevention strategies, testing frequency can vary, for example, from twice to in a 7-day period to daily, but more frequent testing can more quickly identify students who become infected and need to isolate. So, all right. I don't know about you, but I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, I have 2 masters and a PhD, and not that I have those hanging on the wall and, stuff like that, but I'm like, what the hell this is crazy. Like, your parents aren't going to understand this. Your teachers aren't going to understand this. And so you are now also saying in this that it's like kind of free lunch in schools, right? Like, you could never identify as a school administrator who was getting free and reduced lunch. And if you ever publicly had done that, if that was ever out, like, you'd be done. You'd be fired because it's confidential information. So basically what they're saying here is, like HIPAA, like with your medical records. Okay, but we're identifying if you haven't been vaccinated, then you have to go through this. So you are identifying right then. You're not applying this to everybody. You're identifying students who have not been vaccinated. And I don't think the vaccine's approved for a 6-year-old anyway. But anyway, so to me, like, this is a HIPAA violation. But again, everything's out the window right now, right? I talked about this. Everything's out the window. So what they're saying is your child, who's a 14-year-old, you're notified, hey, like in their 7th hour class, there was a student who tested positive for COVID. And because of that, now your student who is not vaccinated needs to take this test. And if they test negative, then they get to stay in school. If they test positive, then they need to stay home for X number of days, which we will determine as a school district. And then they also have to test negative to return to school. So that's basically what they're saying here. So let's just soak that in for a little bit. So now you have to test to stay. You have to test negative to stay in school. And I'm amazed. First of all, this isn't for everybody, right? Because we know that vaccinated people become symptomatic of COVID. They catch COVID, right? Like, that's pretty well known. But yet they would get to stay in school. I don't quite get this, because then they could give it to someone even though they've been vaccinated. I don't quite get that. But so this is this model. Why is this happening? So that's a big question. Why is this happening? This is happening because this is overwhelming schools. This is overwhelming local health departments. It's kind of like the NFL. The NFL coming out and say, "Oh, we're going to do these modified rules." So, like, if you've tested, whatever, we're going to give this bigger time frame because they don't want to cancel games and stuff like that. It's the same thing that's kind of going on with schools. This whole test to stay. So let's go back to my beginning. So this is the new CDC guidance. Hey, do this test to stay. At the same time, right, when major insurance companies are coming out and saying, by the way, we're not covering testing. So parent, if your kid is tested. But I guess you can buy a test. I don't even know what that cost is, and then how good is that versus, and then all these variables come in, like, right? Like, what if a kid has the flu, or what if they just have seasonal allergies, or what if they just ate a bad potato salad from Aunt Edna at Christmas? Anyway, it sucks. So how this currently works in schools. Schools do not have contact tracers. Do not be fooled that they have contact tracers. All they have is computer programs that tell you who's in what class during what time, and they can identify from those programs if a student who's tested positive, for example, who a parent has come forward and said, hey, like, I call in today, a student's tested positive for COVID. They can track that in their system against who's been in same classrooms, right? Same space. That's it. There is no person. In one of my fall superintendent classes, one of my students was given access by the county to the dashboard. You could type in anybody's name and bring up all of their information, address, all that stuff, where they had been, all of this stuff. Showed me the dashboard. And I'm like, I don't think you should have access to this, dude. And he's like, our county's not doing anything. And they said, if you want to contact trace, like, be our guest. Here's our password. Log in under the county site, which he did. And I saw he did this. And I'm like, don't show this to the whole class, but what do you have access to? So the guy's logging in. He's showing me, like, I can go in and notify people that, have been in contact with the family if they report out and this and that. I'm like, you shouldn't have access to this. Like, it's a weird thing, but it's not like he was necessarily doing something wrong. He wasn't, but he shouldn't have had this access. The county just bailed. So this whole thing on contact tracing is garbage. This whole thing of, remember a year ago, it looked like there was going to be this thing of, like, there would be professional contact tracers. What do you do for a job? I'm a contact tracer, for Christ's sakes. A contact tracer. Okay. Guy's a contact tracer. Did you know Doc was a contact tracer? I didn't know. I think Doc would do that. Doc wouldn't do that. But it's a contact tracer. That's what Aaron Clary does. It's a contact tracer. I don't really know if that's what he does, but I thought that was going to be a full-time job. It looked like it was going down that road. But schools don't have this. It's all based on the formulas for the schedules and the algorithms and that. They don't know if kids have been in the lunchroom or a hallway or extracurriculars or stuff like that. So you get these emails which are automated and telling you your kid has been in close contact. And if they have symptoms, right, which could be and are likely similar to flu, cold, allergy, tiredness, things like that. Oh, Lord. So anyway, what are the demands on contact tracing? I can tell you in Wisconsin, where I live, 421 school districts, half them under 1,000. They do not have anybody assigned to contact tracing. Nobody is doing this. There's no surveillance system to monitor where kids are. There's nothing, right? So you get this impression from the CDC of, oh, you need this robust contact tracing system. There's that capability to do that applies to maybe 10% of the country's schools. The country's schools. We have 855,000 students who attend school in my state. Maybe 10,000 of those students attend schools that have the capability to do this with some fidelity, maybe. So the whole contact tracing thing gone. So, okay, we'll contact trace. Well, what does that mean if you're a parent and you're told this? Like, what does it mean when I get these 4 messages a day? Here's the and check your email stuff. It means that their algorithms have, brought this up to the forefront. That's what it means. The computer systems have done it. They know that your kid was in a class with somebody else, and if it's more than 15 minutes, then it is. So this whole thing, you're not hiring contact tracers, you're not hiring more people. There's no more money coming out to schools. Like I said in the last show or the face validity show last Friday, schools spent their money, a lot of them on crazy stuff like artificial turf football fields. But this whole thing is so this contact tracing thing, right, is being done through algorithm. This is not being done by person. Which, so let's get into the part of testing. So this whole thing of like testing kids to stay, are the schools going to have these tests in SOC? Well, I'll tell you what, in my state, 421 districts, a lot of those districts do not have a full-time nurse. Some districts have a nurse 2 times a week, and that's it, a county nurse. So then who's doing these testing? Where these tests come from? Who decides when to administer them? Does there need to be consent? So that's something that came up here when I went through the CDC's stuff. And what did it say? I don't know. I think it said that the parents, I'd have to go back. I don't have all my notes fleshed out for this. I think it said the parents need to give consent, but anyway. So your kid is being tested, and yeah, so it's weird, right? So school, they're not going to have the capability to do this. Like, there's no way that this will be done with fidelity if schools go to test. So what does this mean from a face validity standpoint? As I sit here and I'm looking at this, if I was to go in and teach my superintendents tomorrow, I'd be like, what does this mean from face validity? What it means is you're going to remote because there's no way you can pull this off. You cannot pull this model off. If you don't try to do this model, you're going to be out of compliance with CDC guidance, which then weakens your legal protections. Even though you have much protection afforded to you as a government entity, immunity provided to you through the law, you're not going to be aligned with CDC guidance. So basically, you're going to say, we're going to go remote in your school board because we can't do this contact tracing with fidelity. So this whole testing thing, if you really read where this is going, right, like from the doc standpoint, I'm looking at this and I'm saying they're forcing people to go back online. You're going to see this all over the country because districts will look at this and say, we don't have the kits, we don't have the resources. How long this will, the people to do this, how long this will take. Is it every day we're going to end up testing kids? And then, there's an important part here that we're overlooking. And I'm going to take a break and get over to the chat. You guys have been doing a great job. This throws out all the HIPAA protections. As a school administrator, I can't stress to you, as it was the U.S. Department of Ag, how much, if we were ever to give out information about a student who received a free or reduced lunch, the consequences of that, you'd be fired. Yet, or a student that had an allergy or a student had a disability as a special education director, yet that information is clearly evident, right? If a student is if you're forcing a student to take this test in order to stay a negative test that they'd have. The only reason that student's being tested is because they haven't been vaccinated, because if they've been vaccinated, they don't have to test, even though they might be positive. So that's a HIPAA violation, flat out HIPAA violation, flat out. But it's like, okay. Again, we're playing under a game with different rules. This is like Jumanji, for God's sakes, which I never quite understood all the movies. First one was the best. This is Jumanji. This is where the rules don't apply anymore. And again, I teach this stuff, for God's sakes. Teach legal courses. I've been a professor for 20 years. And when I work with lawyers and experts, and they're like, this doesn't make sense, right? You're breaking one law to apply a guidance document, right, or a guidance statement. I don't know. So anyway, that comes up. So I'm going to take us to a macro look. We're going to look at immunizations in general, because I think this doesn't come up enough. So let me do this. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Show's not done. Show's far from done. My typing isn't the best. So, yeah, here's what I want to show to you guys. Yeah. Let's do this. Let me bring this up, by the way. Okay. A lot of you have probably seen this, right? So this is from whitehouse.gov. So not making this up, right? This is a message that went out, I think it was yesterday. I think so. And to me, I'm not the only one, but this is completely distasteful, inappropriate, fear-mongering. Talk about, as a professional who's written The Velocity of Information, who studied public messaging during World War II, the Committee for National Morale, for FDR's fireside chats, Wilson's 4-Minute Men, to have vast knowledge in this. The White House to send this statement out. And let's read it. If you haven't seen this, this is appalling, absolutely appalling to send this message. Here it is. We are intent on not letting Omicron disrupt work and school for the vaccinated. You've done the right thing, and we'll get through this. For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families in the hospitals. You may soon overwhelm. That's garbage. That is a horrible statement. And you would never see this from FDR during the 30s and 40s. Never see this from FDR. You never hear this in a fireside chat. This is distasteful. It's disgraceful. It's absolutely horrible and fear-mongering. What if you are a 7-year-old and you're like, it's not approved for me yet to be vaccinated, right? Or and you're looking at this and saying, am I going to die, mom and dad, because of, the White House is saying this. This is irresponsible. It's immature. Actually, this isn't even written that well, to be honest. But as someone who is an expert in chaos, and this is where I'll put my weight behind this, and my PhD and my 2 books and my PBS presentations, this is horrible. And to not, this message is going to be responsible for suicide. This message is going to be responsible for anxiety and mental distress and finite voltage, which I write about very explicitly in my book. What if you are somebody who has a medical condition, you're going through whatever right now, and your doctor's saying, we don't want vaccines for you right now, and you get this message then from your White House. Anyway, I never thought I would see this in my lifetime. This is juvenile. It's disgraceful and distasteful. I'm appalled by it. It's unprofessional, right? There are so many ways you could go about this in framing this in an FDR fireside chat approach and a Wilson 4-minute speech approach. instead of coming out and saying, for the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and MRSAs. Let me remind you, ladies and gentlemen, my article that I wrote back a few years ago before all the COVID stuff about MRSA, the flesh-eating bacteria, and how President Obama had issued a presidential order that there be a database created for all this stuff that never got done, right? And to this day it never came to fruition. And we know that that is still happening in places. But I am, I sit here and I'm like, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe that actually, right? Like, who would approve that? And that obviously came out through layers of people. If it comes out through the White House, who the hell would do that? It's just so wrong. I'm really, I guess, irritated by that. I don't want to say angered because I don't want anybody to, right? Those always angered. So we'll contact the FBI. No, I'm irritated by it. It's unprofessional. It's completely with any lack of due diligence, and it's not the proper way to message people and to move them forward. I'm not going to get into that deep because my book does it, talking about proper messaging, democratic surrounds, and so forth. World War I, World War II, the Great Depression, and so on. But anyway, so that's where we're at. That happens at the same time the schools get this hit, right? If you're a school administrator right now and you're bored, you're having these meetings saying, what are we going to do? Probably nothing until after the break. But after the break, what are we going to do? And a number of schools just be like, we're going to go remote. We're not going to deal with this. So let me go over to the CDC website, which we all have come to know. So yeah, this is the new stuff, December 17th right here. And I'll link it out down in the podcast thing, but yeah. COVID tests are free, quick, and easy. Not true, by the way. No longer true. A lot of major insurance companies came out in the last 2 days and said they are not doing this. If you're saying, well, they'll be tested at school, not all schools have the capability to do this. So, yes, that's just not. It's not an authentic. It's not a true statement. If a student or staff member tests positive, test to stay. This whole. So here's a face validity standpoint. Here's test to stay. If you are a parent and you are looking at this, I have a PhD. Again, folks, I love all of you. Thank you so much, my people in chat, the audience. I'm not using this to say, oh, I have this greater knowledge set than you do. Absolutely not. But I'm saying, I'm looking at this saying, I'm not sure what this means. This is really word intense. We don't have images. We don't have graphs or, diagrams. This is difficult for me. This is basically meant to, when you look at text like this in this format, this is called hammer text. Hammer text means you're the nail and you're going to be hammered down by this. You're going to look and say, they obviously know what they're doing because this is very sophisticated, high level text. If I was to go in and do a readability scale for this right now, what the hell, right? We're on live. We're doing this live. So, doing it live. Don't bail. Don't bail on the doc. You don't want to be that person because I'll know. I'll watch this later. Be damn disappointing. All right, let's do this. We're gonna take this first paragraph, right? Which nobody has done. You're seeing this done live for the first time. I'm gonna paste it over here. All right, let me show you what I'm doing. So, all right. I'm over here into what is a readability formula calculator, which I actually use in my class because I have students say like, yeah, take your middle school handbook and let's take the section on bullying or harassment or threat reporting. Let's run it through here and see what the readability is. So I just took that first paragraph from the CDC. Let us check. Am I human? I think so. For this, I am. Let's check the readability. Before we do this, for goodness sake, does anybody want to take prediction? 12 is 12th grade level, senior. Is this going to come out at, what level do you think this will come out at for reading level? Is this going to come out at 8th grade, 12th grade, 14? So that's how they're going to do this. I don't know. I've never done this. This is live, real time. This is live. So this is live. Sass is saying 8, but it looks like a smiley face. I'm not exactly sure what he's got going on there. All Pro Lemonton. I have to do this work. Plain writing doesn't allow passive voice. We need to keep readability. Grade 9. Grade 9. Okay, let's do this. Let's see where this test. Check readability. All right, just clicked it. Your results. Here's your grade level. 17.8. Here's that Flesch Kincaid is the most reliable. Smog's pretty good. That's 14. Automated is 20. Anyway, college with a bachelor's degree. So we just did it. We did it in real time. Hey, Shelter in Paradise, BV Luminous, 17, 16, 18, 8. So guys, we've just done this. We've just done this as a group in real time. We've done this in real time. The first paragraph, right? You got to get, that's the hook paragraph. Like as you're writing a book, like you got to have a good intro. The CDC's test to stay section, the first paragraph comes in that if you are reading this and you have a college degree, basically a bachelor's equivalent, you'll probably get it. Probably. This is crazy, right? Like this is so nuts to do this. This should be written at maybe 8th, 9th grade level, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's simplified. It means that it's very descriptive when you can do that. That's the difference. It's not that you're simplifying this thing down. It's that it's very descriptive. I look at this, I'm like, I don't know what the hell this means. And this and all this text, like simplify it, have some graphics, have a if this, then this, then this. I mean, but you don't do that. And the reason is you try to overwhelm people with this, right? You're trying to be the hammer. You're expecting them to be the nail. They're like, they must know what they're doing because this looks pretty sophisticated and they must have it down. They don't have it down. And the fact that we just did this together and they're expecting this to be at a 16 or 17 grade level, right? That your entry to read this is ridiculous. Nobody on their side they don't care. Like I care about this. That's why I teach this in classes. Like if you're writing a handbook and your handbook comes out above 12th grade level for anything, like you got to go back and revisit the handbook in a school because it's not accessible. Work on it, make it descriptive, and we will do that in class and plug it back in the formulas, talk to kids, and they'll tell you if they understand it. It's not that hard. Did they go through anybody on this and ask them, hey, parent of a student who goes to school, can you read this? And does this make sense? Or 20 parents or have like a paragraph down. Let me look for the paragraph down below where they said they tested this. They had spare. Nope, it's not there. No, I guess it's missing. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. So yeah, there's nothing in here saying, so does it have to be there? No. But should it be there? Yeah, it should absolutely be there. Saying, we had parents participate in the development of this. A parent would never write this. A parent, could you imagine? Well, not that. A parent, though, would never, ever write that. So that's where we have to think. And this, this comes in with a whole face validity thing for all of us. This is CDC guidance. This is what your school administrators are supposed to decipher and then apparently get out to parents. So parents have access to this. This is not accessible. This is ridiculous. This is insane. And I'm calling it out. We've done it on live stream, right? We've done it. We've done the different indexes, the Flesch, reading scale, which says difficult to read. The Gunning Fog, very difficult to read. Flesch Kincaid, college graduate and above. Those are your 3 biggies. Like everybody knows those. So why do they do this, folks? So, right? Why do they do this? I can tell you, I'm the only one in my arena here who's bringing the stuff out, right? Like you guys get it. BV Luminous, All Pro Lemon, Tempolo, Vanessa, Martin, you guys get it. Like, but the in my arena, this isn't being talked about, or no one's being given a platform to talk about this. And now imagine, so we have 15% of students who have disabilities. Imagine we have we have parents who have autism, cognitive disabilities, English language learners, so forth. Throw this out in front of them. I've learned over my career, ladies and gentlemen, that people will try to exhibit positionality, which is meaning, when I was the school administrator, I flatly knew that if people came into the school, we had an edge because it was a big building. We had the ability to tax them, especially a new school building, where you had these big structures and things. You had positionality. There was weight on your side in meetings and stuff like that. It's the same thing they're doing here with this stuff. But you and I, we see this. And this is crazy. This is crazy. It's kind of like, here's us, here's you, here's us, here's you. You'll never understand this because we read it at this level. And actually, this isn't even that well done. I mean, I'm not looking at this saying, oh my goodness, dun, 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 dun. I'm going to bring this out just for effect because it's kind of true. I'm not looking at this with this effect right here. So I'm not looking at it with, right here with, oh my goodness, look what they did. Look what they did. Look what they did. No, it's bad. So as I've called out and stuff like school affairs, it's bad. So anyway, me pointing out that this is bad and you realizing too, it's also bad. Let's go over. So anyway, these things, the schools, my prediction is a lot of schools will say after Christmas break, hey, we're done. Because we're not going to follow the CDC stuff because it's going to take too much resource to contact, to trace, and we're not going to do it. So right now they're just doing it based on algorithms and the computers. So I think they're going to bail on it. A few will hang out with it, but eventually, this is setting up ripe for a non-discrimination lawsuit. I teach non-discrimination legal courses. There's no way in hell this doesn't set itself up for litigation, in that it would be a protected class, or you could say, oh, but we're not going to identify, but no, as long it doesn't work that way. So this whole test to stay thing is wrought with obstacles. One is, again, my state 421 school districts, half of them have less than 1,000. They don't have contact tracers. How do I know this? I have students in my classes who tell me. I'm not just making this up. I know this authentically. We don't have this. If the computer tells us that the students at class at the same time, then we'll send out the automated email. And their lawyers aren't helping them at all, right? So the worst advice you can get in a lot of these cases is from your legal counsel. They don't know how the medical side works and the school side works. But schools will follow or try to follow CDC because the counties are supposed to give guidance to the schools. Most counties now thrown up their hands, adult schools, do what you want to do, because the counties have turned over. These people have resigned every 4 or 5 months. They're like, we don't want to get caught in the crossfire of this. You're on your own. It's not dictated at the federal level. CDC is not law, but the district needs to demonstrate that they're following something, because if they get sued, they have to show that they've done due diligence, that they followed something. The CDC would be considered reputable in the eyes of a fact finder, a judge, or a jury. So where do I think this is going? I think a ton of schools will go online after Christmas break. That'll be your Christmas surprise, parents. They're going to do it. Because if they don't do it, if they stick with their traditional models and not with this contact, with what they're doing now, saying, hey, your child's close contact, if they have symptoms, whatever, now they're not aligned to the most current CDC guidance. They're one step away, puts them at more risk. School boards are going to be told by their attorneys, I don't know, even though it's almost impossible to sue a school board. So, and I guess it depends upon whether your state is red or blue, but you're going to see this. You're going to see a lot of schools in the next week saying, after Christmas, stay at home, Christmas vacation, Christmas vacation. Robert's going to be like, zero white oil. Be like, yes. So folks, here's what we are going to do. I'm going to go through the chat, and then I have a slide that I put together today that I want to show and to go through. And it was really informative for me because I had to go through like a lot of research, a lot of documents and kind of things that I got from the state, and to put this together. There's one slide that makes a lot of sense when we look at it together. And I'm going to show you and explain to you, let's say like 2 years ago, before COVID was a thing, what does immunizations look like in schools? What was required and what was really happening? And I think you're going to be like, it's a lot different than what I thought, or a lot different than what my school district thought. So right now, thank you. Do not leave. So keep the chat going, everybody. And let me check over here. Just a second. So yeah, don't do that. I am going to put in so if those of you who haven't picked up, this is the restroom break part of the show for the dog, which I have to make a little bit longer. So, but anyway, first of all, please subscribe, smash that like button. We have 1,000 subscribers. We probably have more right now, hopefully. But subscribe, tell your friends about the show, right? This comes out in audio. It also comes out in a blog post at safetyphd.com. There's 162 episodes there. There's certainly episodes you're going to find. Before we go to break, just a reminder, you can still get it for Christmas, right? If it flies in by carrier pigeon or drone, so to your house, right? This will fly at a drone at 1,000 miles an hour right to your house and drop this down your chimney. Do not have a fire lit, Robert, on that day, whatever you do. This is seriously, it is the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industry. School of Errors, Rethinking School Safety. And I write it to you. So as you go through this, it's going to be like, Doc's talking to me. And I am. I mean, this is a truth book. You are going to find much interest in this as a taxpayer or as a parent. And, this was the book I wrote knowing that this would be the last book I would write as a school administrator. I wouldn't be hired somewhere after writing a book like this, talking about how the industry really works. And it was worth every, inkling, every moment to do that. This is an extraordinary book. And I also have phenomenal interviews near Kate Bashan, Cajun Navy Relief. How does the Cajun Navy get involved when government kind of steps out? But really the craziness of school safety. If you're a parent, boy, you owe it to yourself to get this. If you're a teacher, so important when your district comes in and says, hey, wear jeans and jean jackets and jackets the next day. What does it mean? It means you're going to get shot with a rubber pellet, right? Because you're doing some crazy active shooter drill, which you don't need to do, that type of drill. So we're going to get into how all this stuff kind of unfolds. I also have a terrific section here about the rescue of 500,000 people in 9 hours from Lower Manhattan, 9/11, how that happened. And it wasn't because everybody drilled and everybody had a place in line like to do this. It was because of this professional discretion and somebody making a decision. So folks, I'm going to be back with you in about 90 seconds. Now I'm going to leave in charge here Robert and Vanessa, Media Hits, Shelter in Paradise, BV Illuminous to keep things going. And I will be back though, buddies and friends. So hang in there. And while we're doing that, I'm going to play this commercial.
A must-read for parents, teachers, and taxpayers. Dr. David Perrodin has written the most honest book about the $3 billion school safety industrial complex. Attorney James Sibley proclaims, a brave demonstration of speaking truth to power. School of Errors rips the lid off the billion-dollar school safety industry. Using real-world examples of successful responses in desperate situations, David contrasts the expensive window dressings pitched to panic parents with the inexpensive and effective approaches proven to actually work. Read this book before you let your school waste another precious dollar on meaningless safety theater. Buy the international bestseller School of Errors. Rethinking School Safety in America, now at Barnes & Noble or Amazon.
Whoa. Whoa, ho, ho. So hang on, I just have to change one setting. All right. I'm not as young as I used to be. So I need to make that 2 minutes. It's a 60-second clip. By the way, like the dude who's making the commercial for me for the new show, like should have that to me any day. So I gotta check. Like kind of was like, yeah, just remembered. So thank you. Thank you for sticking with the show. And let's go over to the comments. Been terrific comments. And let me catch up with that. Then I'm going to get into the graphic that I made and talk to you in truth here as a school administrator. What does it actually look like when schools are saying, hey, like kindergartner, when you show up here, you have to have your immunization record for mumps, measles, polio, diphtheria, all of that stuff. What does that look like? I'm going to bring up actual data on that, and I'm going to show you it's not as clear cut as like what you think it is. And then also, we're going to have this thought of like, so that's one system, and now we're going to have this different system, but it's pretty amazing. I didn't know it until I was just curious. I'm like, I found the data today, broke the data down, distilled it. I'm going to share it for the first time on the show. I was like, what in the hell? So let me go back here to it's a good friend Atham who says ha ha. That's kind of his thing. Like Atham's always like ha ha, and they're like, oh, the guy is laughing, he's having a good time. So they're like, that's a good time guy, Atham. So it's kind of how he's known. It's a good time guy. It's Atham. BV Luminous, whatever shall we do? Lean upon Bennett, need to beg support from the so-called social superiors. Never. So yeah, nothing to expand on with that, buddy. Thanks. If your vax are expired or don't take the next dose, you'll be considered vaccinated. You're right, Robert. That's the thing. And people don't realize that too. Also, I mean, just personally, people don't realize that, but people in the school community of like, there will be this, it's, what is it going to, it's the same thing, kind of a traditional vaccinations for mumps, measles, rubella, stuff like that. But you're right on. And how do you measure that outside of really having an app, right? Or stuff like that. So, yeah, what is considered being up to date? So it's a good question. And by the way, let me get that banner off of there. If you want to go into like Amazon and buy my book and leave a review, I would love that. But I'm not. I wasn't trying to overpress that. So, PV Luminous, well, just let them come and shoot me in the face for being fully unvaccinated. So I hope nobody does that, buddy. You're a good guy. I don't want anybody to do that to you. Robert wrote, from what I heard, coworker's wife, who is a MD. Okay. Vanessa wrote, and all the districts without enough resources to attempt to teach over the web. So, yeah. So, Vanessa, you bring up a great point. Like, districts that where they don't have Wi-Fi access in rural places, they can't even, get the students. And another thing, like I teach university courses in person in fall. I teach them online in spring, and I've done that for years. So I teach in Blackboard in spring through the university, and those are completely different classes to build out. So if you're already teaching in person, now you're told to go online. Like there's a lot of work to that. That's different. My face-to-face classes are always easier for me to teach than my online classes, always. And they're different. They're not the same thing. So you're right. And whereas just to tell people, oh, like now we're going online, like I don't know, that doesn't work. I'll tell you, and from someone who's taught over 100 classes, that isn't as easy as what you think it is. The bacon, this is to Robert. You hear about those Vax pills they're coming out with, might be worth getting if they're somehow go by the honor system, like most places up here did. So, yeah, who knows? And Robert's saying, nope. Hey, Solitude, we won't leave you, Doc. Well, thank you. So, Baby Luminous is from SAST, one too many. If anyone tries to kill you, you try to kill them right back. So, wow, SAST. Or you drive really fast in the cannonball run, 148.4 miles an hour. Vanessa, entering service, you get all the vaccines you had as a kid pretty much all over again. Yep. Yeah. So Vanessa was in the military, and I was not in the military, but my friends who said, yeah, had all the vaccines as we went in. EK, we won't leave you, but first you must say, Simon says don't leave. Oh, I'm too late on that. I'll say it now, though. Simon says don't leave. So, all right. Of course I defended myself. I love everyone, but I can't do that if I'm dead. So, Shelter Paradise. He made it to 1,000. Yeah, well, thank you for celebrating that with me. I'm, as the doc here, I never thought it would be that big of a thing to get to 1,000 subs. And I mean, I wouldn't be here without all of you, and without DLD After Dark, without Bacon, without John Crump Live, Flying Rich, and I mean, and just go down the line, right? People, Aaron Clary, who mentioned on their shows, their bigger shows, right, about my smaller show. So I think, everybody for doing that, and because I mean, there gets to be at some point, right? If you're just continuing to do content, I'm like, this is good content, like in the blog post, and if the show doesn't grow, or like someone did bring it up on DuckDuckGo, and they said, here, look at a lot of your stuff is being censored. It's not being out there. So then I never used DuckDuckGo until I used DuckDuckGo. And I'm like, oh my goodness, like I didn't realize that. So it means a lot to me. And you're an intellectual chat, like you're smart people. And to have this interaction of a smart dialogue, smart discourse, analysis is very important. There's just not enough of that happening anymore. Everything is like, so, if someone doesn't agree with a position, or like, that's a confirmation bias. If it's not what I believe, then it's wrong. You're not like that. So yeah, I appreciate it. I am really, because right. If this wouldn't have happened, it would have been harder to justify to myself the time to put into doing these shows. Part of why I did these, was just to put out there for the public knowledge base. Some of it was an expert witness work I did. It was an interesting hitch because like I could do shows on things that I needed to beef up for my expert witness profile. So I could just do shows on that or interview people. Then I could have something I could document saying, yeah, like I've got experience in whatever. But it's kind of like if you keep performing to an empty audience, at some point it's like, it's just not it, cost benefit analysis is not there, but that's not where I'm at now. Media Hit still listening, just making some playlists. Gotcha, buddy. By the way, Bacon, I uploaded a New York complaint fix make short to YouTube. Okay, Robert, thanks, buddy. Brand new Amazon warehouse 2 miles from here. I will get fulfilled. Vanessa, good for you. Like having that warehouse, man. I had an Amazon order arrive today, like ahead of time, which was really cool because it was that license plate thing it wasn't that. It was something else because I ordered that directly from the company. But yeah, as a thumb drive, a miniature thumb drive. It's like a centimeter long to go into the SUV because I didn't want it didn't have a lot of room. So yeah, I'm like, well, back in the old days, we're getting the things arrive ahead of time. Bolo, hey Bolo, welcome, buddy. Hi, Bacon, long time All Pro. Hope you have a good day. Vanessa, thinking we need those books delivered to school boards. Yeah, I receive emails from people who say like, I'm a school board member and I found School of Errors and I've shared it with other school board members and we've read it and it's changed things. School of Errors is an interesting book because it if you are making a living selling things to school, bollards, surveillance cameras, the book is a toxin to you. It's poison. And I've had school boards, like one person contacted me from a major school board and said, I brought this up and like it just, everybody just turned against me. And she's like, I wasn't going to have any of it, she's feisty and stuff like this. And I even want you to come in and to talk to like our school on an in-service day, and they wouldn't have any part of it. And I'm like, and I said, that's kind of typical. I said, my feelings aren't hurt. But I said, that reaction, the book is giving you an easement to the discussion and to give you to show you there's two sides to this. There isn't just one side, which is all fortification of bollards and surveillance cameras and these hyper realistic drills and stuff. There are two sides. There are multiple sides, but at least two sides of this. And I probably received that email once a couple of weeks, from somebody, because like I said, it's the book is in hundreds of libraries and people buy it and school boards. And so I'll wake up in the morning and check my email and there'll be something in there from somebody who's read it's not hard to find out who I am, right? Name's on the book, right? That's a good part. But my email address is on the first slide of my PBS presentation. So people, if you Google me, within about 2 minutes, you can figure out my email address. And that's also like through my website. I have like a different one that I use, but like, it's not hard to get a hold of me. So, so people will do that and say like the book has really, really helped them, or they're trying to, some people, it's made a big difference. There's districts that I know that have changed their practice because of the book. Other people just stay stubborn, but I never thought, honestly, I'm thrilled. The book is all over the world. It is making a difference, and that's what I wanted it to do. So every day, if I wake up and there's an email from somebody else, or something, I'm just thrilled about that. So that was the whole purpose. And the book also got me to be able to throw out the first pitch at a minor league baseball game right here. So that's pretty cool. Ultimate School Safety Tea. So it's a good book. It is. Vanessa, Ike, you will love the book. Seriously, it is. And it also talks about social construct and the social trust. And it's not like nothing out there. And if you read the reviews, you'll get the feel from people that like, oh my God, like I didn't know there was anything out there in the school safety area kind of like this. And I wrote it. And a number of my friends are parents who had children killed in school shootings, for example. So like as I was writing this, I'm kind of making sure, like, I don't want to write anything where I'm, not appropriately showing dignity to you. Right. Some school districts ban my wearing utility. Really, Vanessa? Really? That's crazy. Utility pants. Bacon to Robert. I'll check it out. Sheldon Perry Classic. I gotta come up with a new, like a 2-minute break thing. Now I know what Terrence Popp does over on his show, but like he uses a reface app for one of the things, but you can't do that legally. Like I checked into that. Like I was going to try to do the reface app and then have it like 2 minutes of me in different clips, like with a reface with some background music, but like that's not allowed per reface. Like they could come after you for that. You're only supposed to use it for yourself. So I'm like, God dang it. Like, I think that would have been pretty cool to have like 2 minutes of the doc in different reface app things. But Vanessa, what does teaching math have to do with the name close Chisler? Absolutely right. You're right on, Vanessa. Right on. Beaver so you say Vanessa when you the government. Oh my God. That's funny. That's funny. They tend to keep you on your toes, the rubber bullets. So yeah. I told you, like, I did one of these trainings and we came in with I don't know if they're rubber pellets, they're more like hard plastic. And we shot out a glass trophy case. And so the drill stops and like the custodian has to come in and clean all the glass. Then we just keep drilling. And these people have welts all over them that we would shoot up. It was just crazy. Like I have video from that. I have pictures. There's a picture in School Bears, me all dressed up doing that. This stuff was just insane. It was nuts. Starts the full paper gun websites. Yeah. Wrong setting. Give us back your face. Oh my goodness. Cool. I've lived through real bullets where the government agents, where were the government agents then? Yeah. Wings, airplane, and chalkboard. Yep. Let's go down. This is from Vanessa. This state recently changed child in law to be 18 or less under the new lockup firearms law. Okay. BV Luminous. That's the line, Doc. I don't want it either, but I'll stand on that for everyone who can't. Thanks, buddy. No commie jabby, no jabby for me. I'm a free person, and what it'll be, I'll die before you give the jab to me. So, ting tang. Here. Oh, Gloria Miller. Hey, Gloria. Thanks for coming. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe because I haven't seen you here before. Jonas Salk, inventor of the IPV, testified before a Senate committee that nearly all polio outbreaks since 1961 were caused by the oral polio vaccine. I didn't know that. I knew, of Salk's work. I also knew, or I don't know, but I guess I saw documentaries or read things where like Salk was like other researchers are always trying to sabotage him. It was like this competition for like who would be first with the polio vaccine and trying to discredit this guy, but I didn't know that. Whoa. So thank you. Vanessa, I agree. Teaching math entirely or does not function well. Let us see. This is Vanessa. I'm glad I found your show through those others. Well, thank you, Vanessa. I'm glad you're here and contributing. I very much am. Ting Tang to the Bacon. I need to rewrite that song. I was basing off the 1814 song of the battle in Louisiana. So go for it, Ting Tang. Vanessa, in the classroom, you can scan the classroom to see the students' reactions during a course. Video feed is difficult. Yeah. I mean, and I have, and again, it's university level, which is different, but I mean, I've taught over 100. I'd have to add it up. Somewhere I've like total of every class I've ever taught in my life at a university level. But I've taught over 100, and probably half of those have been online and half face-to-face. And it is much harder to teach and online. So my courses in spring, I live in Wisconsin, so it's like it's snow and I hate snow and I don't want to be outside. So I guess it's something, but this is Atham, by the way. Atham, 2 of my coworkers test positive and now infected with the disease. Oh my God. So that sucks, buddy. So we'll all be living in caves 6 feet apart. And Vanessa wrote, they wanted me to run at night and throw 10 pins over the nuke facility. How do you think that goes? Holy smokes. This is from Vanessa. Ever do training exercise in a secure weapons nuclear facility? Asked me about that one day. Wow. That's crazy. This is from Vanessa. Next fall, the hiring teachers is going to be difficult. Yeah. This is a big thing, right? So that hospital staffing, assisted living, nursing homes, all of that. But yeah, hiring of teachers. So I was talking with a former administrator 2 days ago in the town I grew up in. He's like, we were paying $100 for subs a year ago. Then we upped it to 120. Now it's 175. We still can't get people. So, you're going to be seeing districts pay $200 a day for sub teachers plus perks. Like if you sub for 10 days, you might get an iPhone or something just because they don't have anybody. So, Ting Tang can never be at the same fear level you did with shooting softballs in a nuclear gym. Probably not. Sast one, too many. How many must suffer for your freedoms? All of them, liberty, Twitter. Yeah. Wow. So let me go over to a graphic, and I might have to do a little maneuvering to get this thing to work right. So I made this graphic today. So it's pretty good. I mean, it's a very good content graphic, and we'll step through it. But there are some things in here. Hopefully, you're gonna be like, "What in the hell?" Here, let's try. No, let's try this. All right. I'm trying this Earthen View. I don't know. It's okay. I'm not super excited about it's a different program I have. My computer starting to go a little wonky. Okay, let me bring this up. So what I want to talk about now is, let me do, can Khan Academy replace K-12 parents? Right. It's funny because like I have friends who are teachers, like Khan Academy is just like a accessory, like it's a feature, it's a supplement. I'm like, yeah, kind of. But if you pair it with videos, right? Like I learned how to change the light bulb on my 2007 Buick LaCrosse from the internet, from watching videos, and the same like 3 videos where the different people, and about the same point in the 3 videos where a person say like, at this point, the engineers designed the headlights before the engine stuff got completed, so there was more space meant to be here. As there's little space now, so your hands are going to get all kind of ripped up doing this, but that's normal. And so yeah, I mean, I think a lot of these stuff, and then gun websites are good buddy there. And man, I've been checking out your channels when your shows are on. Thank you. Q, is that website you used before to evaluate the reading level of the text it is a free service. Let me find readability. It is completely free and it is very good. Readability text. Hopefully I'll bring up the site that I just had. Yeah. Let me do it. Let me post it here for you. It's a free website and you can post, a couple paragraphs into it. It's really good. I mean, for what I need to use it for. I found it to be very accurate. I had a reading teacher double check things. And what it does is it gives you a couple scores. So I just posted it for you. The one that I think is the most accurate of that. So again, I was a special education director. I worked with reading teachers frequently. I think this one right here is the one I would kind of go with. It's called the Flesch-Kincaid score. So this is good too. Like, let's say you're doing a church newsletter, right? And you're like, I don't know if this is too sophisticated. And again, it's not a knock on people's intelligence at all. So it's not a knock on people's intelligence, but but there are ways to present, and this was found out in the Committee for National Morale in World War II. I wrote about it in The Velocity of Information. You have to do, images and very descriptive text. That's how people learn, and that's how information sticks with people. And it doesn't matter if a person is a PhD or not a PhD. It's just like this is the way to convey information. So that is a really it's a great website. Like I said, it's in there. It's free. I just posted it for you. Readability, that Flesch-Kincaid score. But yeah, it's really good though. Here's something I do with my students in almost every class. We go through bullying, harassment, and threat to harm or threat to others in the handbooks of students, because that's basically every class I teach. Like we get to that. I said, take your middle school handbook and take your high school handbook. And I want you to copy these sections and paste them in and show me these sections, email them to me. You don't have to do the whole thing, right? It could be a paragraph, whatever. And I want you to tell me what the reading level comes out as. And then not only that, because that's a machine telling you, right? I want you to ask at least one student, maybe a couple students would be better, who are at that level, middle school or high school, and say, and have them read that for you, that paragraph or two, and then have them tell you what it means to them. And you'll know right away if they get it or they don't. So how do you know if this is a threat? Who should you report it to? Stuff like that. And they'll be like, I don't know what this means. I don't know. Report it via the system. What is the system? Is it an app? Is it tell a person, tell an adult? Something like that'll, and then also, of course, what I tell my students is then document that and present that to your board, that you've used that as a measure to check your readability for your handbooks. So folks, what I want to do right now is bring up a graphic that I made today. And here we go. So share screen, share this screen, and there it is. Okay, let me get me out of there. All right, I put this together today. This is in my state of Wisconsin. And let me just talk about immunizations. One. So when I was a school administrator for 20 years, you were supposed to be able to, without a doubt, prove that 100% of your students attending your school had either been vaccinated with their mumps, measles, polio, uh, the required vaccines for kindergartner, K through 5, for example. You had to be able to enter that into the state database. And if the students did not have the immunizations, they had to have a waiver on file. So one of those two things had to be inputted into this database. So I want to show you right here what I found out today. I'm going to use this in a spring class that I'm teaching. So in my state, and I don't think this is probably different. I would say 1 out of 50 states that this probably isn't different across the other 50 states. I'd say Wisconsin's probably pretty representative. So this is per the Department of Health Services, per Wisconsin DHS. Students have to are considered compliant with immunization law if they meet these conditions. One is they either have their records reported, or that they have, or considered in process, or that they have a waiver on file. Records reported, waiver on file. Here's what I found. We have 421 districts in our state. Half of these are less than 1,000 students. One is an island where the superintendent shovels the sidewalk in front of the school when it snows. They don't have a cafeteria, so the kids just go in and they have a couple microwaves. There's like 60 kids. They microwave their food, go to the lunchroom. But 421 school districts. 32 of those school districts. I'm pulling this. The link is right down below. Have it in the website. 32 out of 41 districts didn't report anything. They didn't complete the report. Hell with it. We're not doing it. So imagine that. Imagine that. 32 out of 421 districts didn't report anything. They're required by law. There's a state statute for this. There is a state statute and penalties if you don't report this as a school district. 32 out of 41 districts said, "Ole! We're going to work to get back to 1,000 subs," and that's where we're putting our energy right now, which I appreciate. But you got to do this. This is a non-negotiable. This is crazy. And I know this is a lot of work for nurses, because my nurses would always say, when I was a school administrator, this is taking up a lot of time and tracking down all of this stuff. But 32 out of 421 districts, 8% said, no, we're not submitting this. So that's one problem. Here's the other problem, folks. The state didn't go after them. The state's like, "Oh, you didn't submit it? Okay, here's what we're going to do. See where this is in green right here? Oh, see where this is in green? No reports received. Okay, that's what we're putting, because we didn't get a report from you. They're not following up with these districts. How do I know? I know these administrators. I talked to them. Hey, did the state follow up on you because you didn't have your immunization report in? No, Dave, come on. They didn't follow up with us. They got other things to do. I don't know what. This is ridiculous, though. So they didn't follow up. So hypothetically, you could have students move into the district. You could have transient students, students across the border come into your district. Students have typhus. Students have diphtheria, other things. You never know. You'd never know if they've had vaccines, if they haven't, what their history is. You would never know. So this is an actual law that you have to have this. 32 out of 421 districts, 8% non-compliant, not doing it. What are the consequences? Nothing. Nothing. There's zero consequences. That's why I say it is extremely hard right now to teach legal courses when what I talk about, what I teach, there's no consequences if people aren't compliant. So we get to this whole thing of, oh, like COVID and test to stay and all that. Test to stay. You have 8% of your school districts right now who didn't even submit the report last year for immunizations. which isn't new. They've had to do this for years. They just said, we're not doing it. And we know you're not going to come down on us for it. So we're just not going to do it. And so, okay, well, let's go through a few of these things because I want to put them up. I want to talk about them. Here's the first one. So we have up here a couple districts that I took a sample of 12 districts, right? So not to not to go crazy on this and put every district in the entire world up here, but yeah. So some of these districts just like, we're not submitting anything. We didn't submit anything. You're not following up with us. Too bad. A couple districts near me, Baraboo, Portage, 100%. That's good. So that means that either the students have been immunized or they have a waiver on file, 100%. Here's the sampling across my state. Let's just look at it. Fall River, smaller district, not too far from me, 99.38%. You're thinking that sounds really good. Well, that's 3 students who are not in compliance. Okay. Montello, a district close to me, 20 minutes away, 614 students, 95% compliant. That means 29% of their students are not in compliance. Do the math here. 614 students enrolled, 95%. That means 29% or 29 students. You have no idea on these 29 students of what their vaccination history is, even though by state law, you are now breaking state law district by not indicating either a waiver or that you have immunization or it's in process. So you have 29 students who are not in compliance. Okay. Columbus, 30 students. Ashland, 95 students not in compliance. Beloit, 389 students not in compliance. Madison, our state capital, 438 students not in compliance. Milwaukee, 6,429. So what does this mean? So what it means, right, if you're looking at this, is this is supposed to be 100% compliance, or really, really close to it. So all of a sudden you're like, oh, Madison, 400 students, Milwaukee, 6,000. But even, Ashland, 90 students. You have no idea of what the history is for these students for immunizations. So, but what I'm saying is the law currently in my state here in Wisconsin says that's not an option for you. If you don't have that, you are out of compliance with the law and you can have consequences with that. And what is the law? Wisconsin immunization law. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, it's state statute in my state here. I'll write it down. State statute 252. I feel like dragging it. 252.04. 252.04. Yeah, this is a state statute. So this is the thing of that students have to have their DTaps and their polio and their Hep and their MMR and their varicella and all of that stuff. It's the state law. So, but again, the thing is, if you don't have it, you have to have the waiver. So as a district, one, you can't just say, I'm not going to complete the report. Well, I guess you can if nobody follows up with you from our Department of Public Instruction, which is shameful. And it hasn't been that way just now. It's been that way in the past too. But so then you already have this on the books of like, this is the law. You have to follow district. And a number of districts are saying, no. And then if, they'll say like, okay, we're at 95% compliant. So you have then in Milwaukee, 6,000 students who attend school by law, who should not be allowed to attend school by law, by statute 252.04. If they haven't had vaccines or a waiver, they shouldn't be in school. But you have them in school, don't you? Because you count them. Yeah, you do. You bring everybody in. So I'm just saying, right? You can't have it both ways. So you have this, and now suddenly you're coming off and saying, oh, this test to stay. So we have Milwaukee, who has 6,000 students. You have no idea what the vaccination status is for mumps, measles, rubella, varilla, right? You have no idea. No idea. Madison, small Ashland, northern part of the state, no idea. Now you're going to do this. You're going to lock it down and get into this new COVID-19 test to stay. You're going to do this. This will work for you. When I say this, it's kind of what I'm looking at over here. You're going to do this. This will work for you, right? Even though like the 32 districts that didn't submit anything, this will work for you. It won't. So that's face validity, folks. That is me telling, I don't want, again, I respect all of you. You're smart for being in here. You're smart people. I appreciate this discussion. You're smart folks. I learn much from all of you. And maybe I can be you support me to be the spokesperson, I think, for what you're thinking and your beliefs and how you want integrity in the system. I guess that's what I'm trying to do, is to try to be like your elected representative, right? From the chat here, to come forward and to say this. And I have that platform somewhat because it's university and stuff I do at state level, and say, it's ridiculous. Clean up your act state. And you absolutely do not do this garbage game right here of saying, 32 districts who didn't submit anything last year. That's okay. It was a rough, and this isn't just last year, folks. This isn't last year. This happens all the time. Oh, that's okay. It was a hard year. So don't worry about it. There's no consequences. No, are we going to call you back? I would find data sets and there'd be like zeros in there. I'd be like, oh, that's kind of weird. You went from 70 to whatever to down to 0. It's like, statistically, if you did that in quantitative stats, the odds of that are 1 in 35 million, but I guess it happens, right? So you look at this and it's like, no reports received. That's garbage. How does this, and then there's nothing on the website either. Like when you pull this data off of saying, we are following up with these districts, we have these measures in place, there's nothing. There's no consequences, ladies and gentlemen. There's no consequences for not following the rules. There's no consequences. They're not going to be sued. Because if they're sued, what they're going to do is they're going to say, responsible third party. The state, the DPI, is involved in this, and they should have notified us. We had so many things going on last year or the years prior, so many things going on with schools. The DPI should have notified us that they didn't have the data that they needed, and we would have complied with them. And no one's going to take on the DPI. It's an immunity. It's a state protected agency. It's a high barrier for immunity. It's just not going to happen. People won't have $100,000 to spend to take on something where they're going to get declarative or injunctive relief, like a policy change. Is not going to happen. So you simply have people not complying, just as right here. No report. Butternut, no report. Potosi, no report. Potosi also makes beer. They have a really good brewery in their town. So, and then these other places where they're like, okay, we'll play along with you. We'll give you the data. But we also have kids we have no idea, and granted, that happens sometimes, but, Madison, 400 kids, Milwaukee, 600. I mean, almost 100 kids in Ashland. Jeepers. What's the state doing on this? What is the state doing on this? They're not doing anything. They're useless. Oh, Dave, you just said they're useless and you're an administrator. Yeah, I know. Could come back to bite me. I doubt it will, because right? Like, what am I sharing here that's not true? I pull this off of all of your websites. I give the links to where the data comes from. What am I saying here that is not accurate? So again, this is stuff that was in existence prior to COVID. This has been around for years. I dealt with this as an administrator. It was a pain, but nurses did this system, put it together. Got the information into the Wisconsin Immunization Registry, the WIR. But this lacks fidelity. This lacks people checking up on it, saying, hey, by the way, 32 districts, could you get that into us? Like, can we call you next week? What's a good time we can talk? They're just like, no, it's just a pass. It's just a pass. You expect test to stay. You expect that you're going to in real time be testing students, whatever test you're giving, so they can stay. And then one day versus. How about the NFL, where the NFL comes out and publicly says we have a number of people who have tested false positive? Do you think the NFL has access to higher quality tests than schools have? I damn well think so, right? A multi-billion-dollar industry is going to have that. The NFL comes out, like, and then this week and all the crazy stuff, but also saying, yeah, this is a negative test. So. And again, school don't have the personnel to do this, and can go on and on and on. But this, in a trajectory of thing, if I looking at this, I was saying at some point they're going to get to this, because the other stuff is just ridiculous to send these emails 4 times a day to parents to say, if your child feels stuffy tomorrow, keep them home. Maybe have them tested. And again, kids get colds, kids get sick, kids get allergies, but when you can't have fidelity in this system where kids are entering this K5 of whatever, and you're suddenly saying we're going to do test to stay, you're not going to do it. I'll tell you right out, flat out reality. You're not going to do it. As former administrator, you're not going to do it. I teach administrators, not going to do it. They don't have the staff, not going to do it. They don't have. This isn't going to work. No way in hell this is going to work. No way this is going to work. So, yeah, feel good. Find this podcast, bring up this slide, straighten out your house here before you even try this. This is a mess. 32 districts, again, my state. Maybe there's others. Maybe we're an anomaly. We're the one bad state. This is ridiculous. How did I hear about this? I hear about this because I look for it. No one's posting this stuff. Is anything going to happen? No. Am I right? I'm right on. And this is what I teach, and this is what I preach. This is why when you buy my books, even though the publisher makes it a little pricey, I know I don't have any control of that, but this is crazy stuff. So, but what does it mean for you as just listening, or you as a parent, or things like that? I mean, this, you can't, you have to get your house in order, right? Before you can add new initiatives or new practice. If you don't have this down, this as in this, if this is messed up to the level that this is, again, the biggest thing right here is these 32 districts right up here. These 32 districts who just said, oh, we're not reporting anything. That report was due. Yeah, no, we pass. I'm going to pass this. This is the report. Thank you for the opportunity to do it, but I'm going to pass it to the other district who might pass it, or they might keep it. They might fail it. In my day, you would have got your ass kicked for this as a district or as an administrator. Like, this is inexcusable. This is ridiculous. And you should have your ass kicked for this. But again, there's no consequence. There's no consequence from the state. So again, you have this, and now you have test to stay. So you're going to try to say, we're going to roll out this more complicated, sophisticated process. And by the way, we've completely fumbled on a process we've done for 20 plus years, and a system, a database, Wisconsin immunization database, which has existed. And we fumbled out of bounds on that, and we haven't kept that fidelity, and we're not following it. Now we're going to have this more complicated system, by the way. Test to stay right here. So you're going to be hearing a lot about this. My thought on it is schools are going to say, nope, not worth it. We are out of here. And they're going to go remote. Let's go back to the chat. Let's catch up here. Vanessa wrote, using whiteboards and chalkboards on videos in the learning, we need access to students to help answer this question. Yeah, I talked about that. So one of the things with these mental health days, for example, for staff. Remember, we had a show on that, and I said, that's the thing is, like, just to tell people stay home, and that'll be a mental health day, unless there's an actual program with that or process. And usually a day doesn't change anything. That's just a day away. And then a person's like, ooh, like what I was supposed to instruct in 5 days, I only have 4 days to teach it now. So yeah, there are more people coming out with statements of saying what we need is more in school. We don't need more out of school. Ever learn in subject through email? I have not. So there was a time back, I think in the 30s and 40s, when some courses were delivered by radio in Wisconsin. Because students they work on the farms like in fall and spring. Maybe it's even like, I think it was more 30s. You can look that up. It was kind of interesting. And PBS Wisconsin started to offer some like course stuff on their PBS stuff when everyone went virtual. The state shut down in spring of 2020. But it was okay, but it wasn't coordinated. Like you'd have to say like, watch this video, or it wasn't necessarily a curriculum. It's more enrichment stuff, but yeah. But Vanessa makes a good point. Yeah. I mean, there has to be a point when you are accessing some of this stuff authentically. Yes, I tutor as well, says Vanessa. In addition, learning is at different speeds for everyone. Yeah. Vanessa, you bring up a good point, right? Like there are a lot of assumptions in this learning toggling that everyone is going to be keeping up at the same pace. Bacon wrote to Ting Ting, I wouldn't, but you don't want to be a mod. So I don't know what that was, but who's my mod in your Bacon? Bacon is hopefully keeping things under track. Bacon knows like who to filter out. So thank you, buddy. Never asked for a mod. I don't need it. Thank you. So I'm willing to give you a mod, Ting Ting, if you want one. Just let me know. I trust you. EK. Ooh, this is awesome, Doc. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Ting Ting. Dodge the wrench. So, all right. If I see some of you in here, like in repeated shows, my philosophy is people that I can, feel vested in, I like to give a wrench out because then you can react nimbly to, this is a family show, right? I get, kind of passionate during the show. But I mean, this isn't a show where it's not going to be not rated Chi, right? So, but if people come in and start posting, things that are very inappropriate, that I don't want in here because, following the safety doc should be I don't want to say a wholesome experience, but there should be a line of etiquette which is maintained within the thread. So I appreciate everyone doing the work if you're having to do that. So anyway, Blue Wrenches, thank you. She can dodge anything. Bolo, I see not in compliance. I think waive the right to sue if a worst case scenario occurs. Yeah. Vanessa, we could not enter school growing up until my mom brought our shot workers to school every year. 6 of us. Yeah. And that's the way it was for me too. And, so that's the way we think it is, right? If you asked probably not anybody, we asked most people today, right? The kids have to have their vaccination records when they come to school, stuff like that. Not really. That's what the law says, but that's not what the reality says. And again, as a school administrator 20 years ago, my goodness, like my nurses would be saying they would be working double time to get that stuff in. And I mean, it was a big concern. Like your feet would be held to the fire if you didn't have that in. And now it's like, just like a lot of things, right? Nope. And I don't care. I mean, the state can come back and say, oh, that's not fair. It's not fair. 8% of your districts didn't have that in. You don't have even a statement of saying we're gathering this data or whatever. That's not fair. I don't need to hear. And I hear stuff like that, by the way. I hear feedback from the state, the officials. Oh, like you're a little abrasive on us during this episode or whatever. I'm like, what part of it wasn't accurate for one? Well, Dave, you don't understand that. I don't understand the what? Having expectations, having rigor, doing your job. What don't I understand? Tell me, because I guess I'm willing to be informed. It's not the way that I operate things, but yeah. Oh no, Dave, you don't understand. No, I do understand. You don't understand. You're not doing your job and no one's holding you accountable. So You can hold yourself accountable. You can be one of those people, or you can just go and say whatever. But yeah, you wouldn't believe sometimes the interactions I get from people at the state level, and on some of the stuff where the classes and things like, I'm like, show me what I'm doing. Please show me. Oh, the exemptions on students with disabilities from safety. Oh, please show me. Almighty person at your state office where if you feel upset at a meeting, you go get a cup of tea in the side room where there's no stress and you're in your comfy soft chair. So you have a problem with me talking in class about exempting students with disabilities? That's garbage practice, and it's against ADA Chapter 7 Addendum 2. And yeah, well, Dave, you're not really seeing I don't care. And when you actually tell people that, like, I'm right. Like, legally, I'm right. Ethically, I'm right. And you have no power over me. I'm not your employer. You can, I guess, contact the university. And we'll see where that goes. It didn't go anywhere. But these people, they're so weak, and I hate weakness. And they'll oh, but you don't understand. And I'm like, yeah, I do. Like, I have expectations. I can do my damn job. And I have expectations because when you have expectations, things get done. Things are better for people. You don't just do this laissez-faire crap. I'm so sick of that. And you'll see it in my books. You'll be like, oh my God, Doc's going to punch you in here. Well, you're damn right Doc is. And I'm punchy because I'm punchy on the behalf of bringing good things to students and to families. And also to districts. So you have districts that are doing things correctly and adhering to things. And then you have 32 districts who are saying, oh, we didn't submit this. And the DPS is like, oh, it's all right. It was a rough year for you. So, blood pressure, Doc, blood pressure. So, below, I see non-compliance. I think waive the right to sue. So, sorry, buddy, I got there. This is pathetic. Why in the hell would parents just have and jam? Vanessa. Oh, I ran the immunizations program at USAF. I'm not, by the way, like, I'm not anti-immunization, but I think my point was, I'm trying to get with that point of that slide where 32 districts just didn't submit anything. If you have 8% of your people just saying we're not complying, 8% of your entity is not complying, then why even do it? Like, what is the consequence? I mean, it's like having speed limits up on the interstate and just everybody drives whatever they want. Drive whatever you want. Speed limit, it's merely a suggestion. If you want to drive it, that's great. If you don't, it's fine. It's the same thing. And I don't know. It's not the way I am. I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to bow to anybody. Like, these weak people, and I just hate weakness. These weak people. Again, like the Department of Instruction. I said destruction, right? But instruction. Oh, Dave, like, you don't understand the issue here of why. You don't understand this. You don't understand the exemptions. You don't understand why some districts. Okay, I'm willing to be enlightened. Tell me. And you don't, it's because of this and students. But, well, we have laws, right? We have laws. If there's a authentic fire, we would want all students to get out of the building, right? We would want that. That would be the goal. That every student would be provided instruction where they'd be participating in safety drills, fire drills, be able to get out of the building. It's not that easy. I said, you're lying. I worked at the school for the blind for 4 years. We had 2-alarm fire. Everybody got out in record time. Everybody was safe. And that was a complicated situation. So you don't tell me from your office that this is impossible. You're turning your blind eye, school blind. You're turning a blind eye to these districts because they have powerful lawyers and are rich districts and are writing exemptions. That's garbage. That's because you're a coward, and I'm willing to write a book which you could never write in a million years. Maybe not because you don't have the talent to it. You don't have the gut. You don't have the fortitude for it. And the next book that I wrote. So while I'm out there doing the job that you should be doing, you should be thanking me, or at least be quiet. Right? So don't ask me to call, or don't call me, or don't, oh, hey, by the way, can we talk to you while we have our legal counsel online? I'm sure. Love to talk to him. You have no power over me. And because I make it uncomfortable for you that you might have to actually enforce these things, which are publicly on your website that I'm not making up, that I have all the links to, that's too bad, because that's your job, and that's why you're getting your salary and your state pension. And if your meeting gets a little uncomfortable, you can go to your room with the soft chair and the music and the tea, because that's what you're allowed to do, right? Not the way I am. It's not the grain of the dock. And as long as I can, I don't know, turn the heat up on you, turn the heat up to what? Thaw? So you can mobilize and do your job. I'm not out here to ruin anybody, right? But there's accountability. And these aren't small things. All right. Ting ting. Ting ting. Shall not comply unless it means I will eat more dead animals to help the CO commissions. I could go for a entire bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken right now. Damn Milwaukee. Yeah, 6,000. So, but the Milwaukee Bucks won a championship last year, Bacon. So come on. Ting ting. This is the way. Gun websites. Question: do they not report their tests because they don't want to test, or they can't afford to test, or they did test but just didn't report his political stands or funding or something else? Okay, this is a good question. There's a lot of parts of this. So, did they not report their tests because they don't want to test? I think some of that's true, right? If they test and they find out they have certain issues, but I don't know, schools typically don't test. They're not proactive in testing. That's not really the position schools are in, unless the counties would do that. So, but yeah, I mean, if you test and you find out you have issues, then you have to mitigate them. Can they not afford to test? That shouldn't be an issue for any district, because they received significant bounty in money from the pandemic relief a year ago. And some of them chose to build football fields with artificial turf. So too bad. They didn't test and didn't report it. So, or these political stands, probably political, mostly political. And the fact is, on defense of the school districts, this is supposed to be a county handled thing, or if you're in Louisiana, parish. This is not supposed to be a district handled thing. Never was written up that way. And counties are saying, "Ole, this has overwhelmed us," or they have turnover now at the county. The county's getting people saying, "How dare you, shut down our school or let our school be open," or whatever, or stuff. So schools are put in a bad place because the counties have faded on them. Boom, counties have disappeared. So, so the school districts then, in one of my earlier shows, or at least Lenny, if you want to check that one out, that's a great one. So what is the school district to do when the county kind of does the ole? Well, then they have to do, they're on their own. Like in Wisconsin, 421 districts, they have to decide on their own how they're going to handle this. There's no guidance from the state. Like I said, the state's kind of vanished. They're in their castle drinking their tea with their pinkies. The feds, U.S. Department of Education never has made a big stand on anything. In school affairs, in school safety, I talked about that. They'll give you a lot of recommendations. They'll give you zero laws. So it is these districts who are trying to figure this out on their own. A lot of these districts are 1,000 kids or less, where the superintendent is also the athletic director and also the special education director. I mean, there's not a lot of redundancy in these positions. So they're doing the best they can. So what they do is they try to follow CDC guidance or local hospitals or something. And then they still get sued. I talked to, Lisa and Lenny, we talked about that. And my state, what does that look like? And so these districts are put on islands. There's 421 islands, basically, even though we have one district, literally is an island. So I know these folks, like I teach them. They are good folks. They're good-hearted folks. They try to do the best, but it's like they are now, like I said, the one superintendent who had the keys to the county system for contact tracing. I'm like, well, you're not supposed to have these. And he's like, I'm trying. He's trying. It's not him. It's a good person, but it's like they've defaulted the role on to you. So it's a mess. But it all comes. Here's gun websites. Here it is. I wrote about it in School Bears on 9/11, the attacks on the Twin Towers. Admiral Loy of the Coast Guard sent out a message, and he said, "Hey, anybody out there with a boat, you can get down to Battery Park, come down here, rescue people." End of story. That's it. You can find it. The video, boat lift, right here. YouTube. I don't have a link for it. Somebody put a link in the chat. Here's the video. It's boat lift. It's 11 minutes long. It's narrated by Tom Hanks. It's good. That'll teach you everything you need to know. I wrote about it in depth. I studied it with the folks in New York. I wrote about it in School Bears. So you need leadership. You need someone to say, this is how we're going to do it. There's no leadership right now. No leadership at state level, no leadership at Department of Public Instruction level. There wasn't before. Our governors now are, what was our Department of Destruction, instruction. It's Freudian, whatever. But there's no leadership. And there's local, there's good superintendents, but there's school boards who are being pulled in directions by their community and stuff like that. And I give an example in School Bears, and I said, could you ever imagine your community coming out and saying, hey, we're going to hold a forum. We have to buy a new fire engine. And the fire engine is like a $600,000 purchase, a big purchase in our budget. This is, and as a firefighter, but would you imagine a scenario where the fire department says, we're going to hold a community input session. What do you think we should have for a fire truck? And someone's like, I think we should have like a colorful fire truck because, it just should be, this red thing is kind of intimidating to see come down. Okay. We don't want siren, and this actually happens. This actually happens. Some communities, their boards vote. I think it's like Detroit, right? They voted to not do sirens because the neighbors said the sirens woke them up during the night. So they take fire trucks out with sirens. It's crazy stuff, right? Safety. But, but would you have people come in and try to develop this fire truck through committee? People have no idea what firefighting is other than, a cursory knowledge. No, you have to have pump capacity, right? You have to know how you interface with your other equipment. You have ladders. What are the current codes that you have to have for equipment? The chevrons painted on them. All of these things that come in. This is professional stuff. You don't have a community give input on what kind of pumper truck you should buy. That's ridiculous. But it's the same thing that these agencies have kind of defaulted to. And I get so sick of it. I get absolutely disgusted by it. And I'm at my age and where I'm at, I'm like, I'm going to say what I say, and I'm not wrong. And defeat me with logic, by God, if you want to. I don't think you will. But if you want to, then you've just elevated everybody, I guess. Right? So I don't know. Oh, they are immunized pre-COVID. State statute. Hey, I wrote that. Milwaukee, the cutting edge of legal society. Since Jeffrey Dahmer was imprisoned in the community I live in, about a mile away from my house. He was murdered there too, at the jail. So there's a fact for you guys. Ting Ting, show me your Nancy papers. Good luck. Yeah. Real ID Act was the beginning of carrying your papers every soon enough. Yeah, and it'll just go over to your phone. I got a new phone, I don't know, a month ago. After I had the stuff, my existing phone, transferred over, right? All the stuff. Turn it on. First thing. Do you want to activate the COVID? First thing comes on. Nope. Don't want to activate the app. Don't want to activate the contact tracing app, right? No, thank you. But it pretty soon will just be hardware. It'll be a firmware update. You won't even know it's there. If you try to just dismantle it, right, you'll just shut the machine down. Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. Yeah, you're right. Somebody said that. Ting ting. There's no harsh. Americans will be American. Communists can try. They will not achieve their commie agenda. I hope not. I hope not. I don't know. Let's go over here. Barely one nurse, Vanessa wrote, at our schools. Who's administering medical tests every day? Oh, volunteers. Yeah, it's a good point. So school nursing is understaffed. So Robin Cogan, I'm going to give that a shout out here. She does she's the relentless nurse of Camden, New Jersey. Just a website, blog post. I don't know. I have a lot of respect for Robin. But I mean, if I, as an administrator, I always wanted more nursing services. And I thought nursing services were essential on many levels. One is we have more complex students in school, type 1 diabetes, medical needs that we didn't have before, allergy reactions, severe anaphylactic reactions. And then your nurses, as far as having your students' wellness and being in school and connecting up with treatment being versus like students being out of school, or if you could get a nurse practitioner. I mean, all these things, like I'm a big proponent of nurses in school. I always had to fight that uphill battle. As superintendent, oh no, but would he okay like another counselor? Oh yeah, because the principals wanted counselors and we have more counselors than you could shake a stick at. We needed nurses. And it was garbage that we didn't have them. So you're right on, Vanessa. We need an investment in nurses. We need to seriously do that, as there are so many levels, from mental health to community access to service to being able to, nurse practitioner, to being able to prescribe, some medications, to how do we train again for our high population of students with severe allergy reactions and are increasing type 1 diabetics and so forth. You're right on. Bacon wrote, "Al said this is a good reference for the argument about schools requiring other vaccines. This, of course, assumes people listen to the argument." Yeah, Bacon's a good thing. Like, I've told people this, my friends who are administrators, and I'm real honest with my students, because, I said that I'm teaching this stuff it's different than it was 2-3 years ago. There was a lot of consistency from like the year 2000 to 2017, and then things started to change. And, but people have to listen to the arguments, and again, people just disengage. They just excuse themselves when it becomes uncomfortable or abrasive or whatever. I've had so many people tell me through somebody else, like, "Oh, you're a really intimidating person," or "You're intimidating in person or whatever," or all of this stuff. Or I'm like, I don't know. Like, I think I'm a good person. And like, I will never intentionally lead you wrong. Like what in the movie Twister, the guy's like, he would never lead us into harm's way. I wouldn't. I'm not out to undercut anybody. But yeah, it's strange, because I hear that more and more. And I think it's just because people are very adverse. They're not used to people being honest with them. And because they're so measured, if I say this, I might, lose my position, or people might be angry with me. And I don't know. Solitude Surfer, you are so right, Doc. I'm behind in comments. I don't know what that refers to, but thank you, Solitude Surfer. Hell of a guy. Take 2 surfboards out of petty cash. Ting Ting wrote to Vanessa, "Kitty, it's BS when a volunteer takes over a medical position because the doctor said no to Chapius." Right? Right on. There's no argument there. EK, "I know what commies means, just trying to follow the message. It's no big deal, but Ting mentioned those who willingly give up their liberties for safety don't deserve it or safety." Thanks, EK. Vanessa wrote, "And all fully vaccinated are exempt from exposure testing." Yeah, that is in the school stuff. So, and again, like, what is the definition of fully vaccinated? Will it be if there's a booster? And like, I just, I'm looking at that saying, there's very serious logical questions in that because, right, we know that people are vaccinated. I mean, on the biggest stage, right, maybe the NFL, we know, and are still testing positive. And if you're testing positive, you can share it with others who are either vaccinated or unvaccinated. So then wouldn't you want them to not be, I mean, it kind of, you look at this as an administrator, you're kind of like, you run out of options. So this option was always on the table. So at some point you got to put down that Uno card of saying test to stay. Now, when that Uno card is done, I don't know what the next Uno card is. So, and Uno used to be one of my favorite games until this came along. PBS got some courses over TV, but the interaction was basically lecture. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. It was something. It wasn't everything. I mean, it was meant to be a short-term fix, a gap. And it turned into basically people saying, oh, here's your curriculum. It's crazy. If you're willing to let, this is from Think Tank, others let you tell you what to do and give up your liberties, then you're ready, your sheep and deserve to be grouped in offense and no longer want your freedom. So, Think Tank, you bring up a point. Like, that's one of the reasons I do this show. And it's one of the reasons I write the type of books that I write. Because when you do those things, there are some people who, that's it. Like, they won't associate with you anymore. Like, I have people who I thought were friends or good colleagues, and they're like, I can't associate with you anymore, like, because I just can't. I'm like, okay, it's your loss. You're choosing to not be informed. I am not personally hurt by this. But you are the one who is revealing your spots, right? You're choosing now. And people have done that. And there are some people who I wouldn't have thought have done that. And I'm like, ooh, it's interesting to me. But I'm a little bit like the Joker in like The Dark Knight. I'm like, there's nothing you can do to harm me. Well, there are things, right? Like, I've been attacked by major media and things like this, and that's all things I've had to deal with that I can't publicly speak about. But the reality is, like, when these state organizations or whatever and say, I think you're being, too narrow or whatever in your approach in your and I'm like, you're not even in my course, so somehow one of the students got this to you and whatever. But okay, I'll listen. But then if the fact is what I'm doing, if I am telling you like if I'm pointing out what's right, and then what I'm doing now makes you take action where you preferred inaction, that's your problem, not mine. If you think I feel bad about that, I don't. If you think you can persuade me, you can't. If you think I'm intimidating, good. You should feel that way. So Doc, though, is a good guy. Doc's not. Doc is my battles there are with the truth and getting the truth out. But no, yeah, I'll tell you guys a story. I had one person, this older than me, and he contacted me after I had presented, I think I presented at a conference. I also had some things in my class. And again, it was about exempting students with disabilities, from the state position. Had been in schools, now he's in state position. And he just said, I just don't agree with this, David. I mean, like in about a minute, like he said I 5 times. I said, that's you. You're saying I. That's how you feel. Like, so, okay, that's how you feel. And I'm not changing what I do. If you want to, you can go to the conferences that bring me in. You can go to the university that hires me, talk to them. I'm not changing it. How you feel by this has no impact on me. That's your issue to deal with, buddy. It is your issue. I need to bring in legal on. Okay, if I got the time, I guess I'll talk to them, because I guess I want to know where you're coming from. Well, this is really, I said, no, it's a violation of ADA chapter 7 addendum 2. How's it not? Well, that, no, it's not. I said, what's clear to me, and calling out, what's clear to me is by me doing this, by me saying this and putting it out there, I'm holding you accountable. And suddenly if something happens and this is foreseeable, this is a tort violation, you have a responsibility in this now, don't you? And if I'm putting this in email, if I'm putting this in documents and stuff like this creates a liability for you. This creates a problem for you, doesn't it? Are you going to take me on? Been on PBS twice, got 2 books, other things. Where do you want to go with this? Are you going to take on the truth? What are you going to, I have all the documents that you put out there on your website. I have all the stuff out there. I have all the documents. You really want to, where do you want to go with it? Oh, yeah, we're just saying like there's, fine. We're done. And these weasels, these weak weasels, the older I get in life, and ladies and gentlemen, you probably see it too, Robert, I do not tolerate weakness. You do or you do not. You try. You don't, not everybody's, but you try. You just, not this old lake. We don't turn in a report. Okay. State, what do you do about it for the 32 districts that don't turn in? Well, now it's a rough year for them. It's cold. You know, you don't realize what winter's like for some of these districts. I mean, it wasn't just last year, it was other years. So, like I said, I will never lead you in the wrong path. I will never do that. That's why students, that's why my classes fill up. I have people who take my classes and say, I just wanted to meet you. Like, this is such an honor to meet you. Your reputation, your, the books, the stuff you've done at state level, the stuff you've done on institutional review board, policy for school districts and safety. I just wanted to meet you. This is an honor for me to be in your class, which is really cool. It's really cool. It's really astounding. And then again, it's so hard. It's a blue pill, red pill thing. Usually the first few classes, as I said, let's take a look at the organizations that you are subscribed to personally and how they are serving you. And everything is like, oh, they're all great. They provide this and this and this. Do they really? Do they provide you this? Are they answering this legal question for you? Are they answering this legal question for you? Have they come out with a position statement on this? And they're like, no, we don't have that. We don't have that. Well, why not? They're serving you. You're paying them a large fee. They are giving you a smorgasbord, which they have had together since 1972. Ladies and gentlemen, and you are still walking through that same smorgasbord. The menu's changed, and you're the one who's changed it. Tell them what you need, and tell them if they don't provide it, you will take your dollars elsewhere. Oh, that shakes things up. Ting Ting, if you're willing, I'm sorry, I think I read this one, but thanks, Ting Ting. Robert, I'm still here just cleaning, arranging my pea wall. Right, Robert. By the way, I love Mobile One synthetic certified oil. I just have to say that. A big fan. Respect. Yeah. I think that's one thing. I don't try, I never try to credential stack against people. I think that's very distasteful. I don't think it's classy. When you look at the bottom of my books, for example, right here, it does not say PhD. There's a reason for that, right? I'm not trying to credential bludgeon people. I'm not trying to bring out this golden ladder, right? I only bring it out when people kind of force me to bring that stuff out. And I had to do it like, I don't know, like a month ago with it was the Oxford, Michigan school shooting, which was horrible, right? But someone was going on some completely inaccurate statements about how threat assessments are conducted in schools. And I just needed to, there was a point where I'm like, dude, like, these aren't accurate. Like, this isn't how this works and how the school district, I knew like their system because they had it on their website, National School Psychology System. It wasn't a correct or an incorrect. I'm just saying what you're describing is not the process. And then, well, how do you know? I'm like, well, because I know, like, safe to that. Plus, like, I'm an expert witness, and to be an expert witness, you have to pass this thing called a Daubert challenge, which is very rigorous in courts, where they they then identify you as an expert witness, and you can't be challenged after that once you get that status. But I very rarely do that. Like it's kind of a funny thing. I have my 2 file cabinets over here, and when I graduated from UW-Madison with my PhD, I did a very difficult dissertation, by the way, but because I wanted to challenge myself. I knew it was going to be difficult. That's why I took it on, like that certain PhD. But my PhD arrived in a manila envelope, which I never opened. I know it's in there because I think I didn't feel it in there, but I never opened it. It's not on a wall behind me. And there's a symbolic reason I didn't do that, because I am, and you, I mean, I put PhD after my name, right? But I'm not about identifying myself by credentialism. That's not what I'm about. I learned a lot with that. That's not what I'm about. I want you to know me as I'm the guy who wrote I'm the guy who does the podcast. I'm the guy who worked with these districts and things like that. But I'm not because I have this credential. I don't know. But yet, yeah, it as Robert said, is a respect thing. And I've got to that level in my career and in my life where there is this respect thing, which is earned through the work I've done. And right, when you go on PBS twice, I mean, not everybody gets invited on PBS, right? I mean, that's pretty rare. And to get the invite back to PBS was a big thing. And that's like a 6-month production to get that ready to go. And, writing a book under a publisher, you have to be offered a contract. You have to do a proposal. And at any time, you submit it, they say, no, that's not our thing. So, I mean, like, that's a high barrier to get into a tier 2 threshold publisher, to teach 700 level, 800 level legal classes at a university over time to work up to that level. The absolute top classes they teach to testify before legislative bodies, to be brought in and to testify on the impact of relaxing codes for doors, for safety and stuff like that. I mean, these are all things that come with respect. And so, yeah, but there is this point, and ladies and gentlemen, I want, all of you feel this too. When you have people around you who are not respecting their duties, right? Especially maybe if it's local government, or if it's school board, or if it's school officials, or if it's government officials, they have to respect the duty. You've got to do your job. Like Governor Newsom, right? California, co-writes a children's book. So what does he do 2 weeks ago or a week ago? He leaves for a week and he goes and does a book tour. What is that? That's an escape. If my book released and I had something, I'm a governor or something big is going down school-wise, or I need to be there, then the book is secondary and third-dairy and fourth-dairy and fifth-dairy. I'm doing my job. I'm not escaping. So I have no time for people to do that. Vanessa, I found your show at the exact right moment in time and needed so many teachers on the verge of retirement. So yeah. Thanks, Vanessa. Shelter in Paradise, accountability is a very scary word in the workplace. Yeah. And accountability, people resent it, my accountability mindset. So not surprised. Doc hurts their feelings. Yeah. It is interesting too, Bacon, because, again, when someone is older than you, I'm not young, but I mean, and I think they're used to just getting their way, right? They're used to just getting you to play along in it. And then when you're not willing to do that, it's a weird thing when you're sitting, face to face with somebody who is older than you and is kind of worked up through the things and is in this position. I'm like, no, you're wrong. You're doing this because I'm making your job harder. I'm bringing accountability to what you're doing, and you don't want that. That's why you have me here. And basically what you're trying to say is, Dave, just come on, play ball, because maybe in 5 years you'll be where I'm at. I'm like, no, that's not the doc, buddy. So ultimately the doc's about safe systems and helping people safe and accountability and moving things forward and contributing and the ethics of things. That's not what you're telling me by no. It's not go along to get along. I don't have to play that game. And you got to deal with it. You got to deal with the uncomfortable book as school of theirs, like the district that changed their front entrance because they had a picture of their entrance in my book. And they didn't want it to match the book anymore. You got to deal with that uncomfort. Then you do. That's on you. So if you think I go like Dr. You think I drive out of here and I go home and I feel bad about this? I don't. And that's I mean, you don't feel bad that I'm upset that now I might have to actually go in and follow up with these districts and do all, I'm like, get a grip, man. You've lived here in a pillowed palace for too long. I don't know what you were before you got here, but you're not much now. Sorry to tell you, but you kind of asked for it. I fear the new batch of teachers will be the most mindless, indoctrinated zombies. So, from SAS, I don't know. There's a lot of good people out there. It's just there's a lot of bad systems, is I guess what I would say. Yeah. There's just if this is the bottom line, right? If I can't walk into a school and have 4 students and talk to a teacher and say, what's mid-year, what's the reading level for these 4 students? And their teacher's like, I don't know. Then there's a problem. Like flat out, right? Like, so Vanessa wrote, not from the schools that train teachers I'm involved with. The actions in the past 2 years and the law requirements for holding licensure have all coalesced to this point in time. So, so in my state, to become a teacher, the licensure stuff has really thinned down. And I'll say, like, you can say it's good, you can say it's bad, or it's good. I have 2 friends who did not go the route of education who are now teachers, and they're exceptional. And they wouldn't have been here without this. So Seth's saying, breathe, Doc, breathe. I am worked up about this, and I'm okay. Yeah, I'm chill. Like, Doc's cool. Like, I'm not. But Sast is like, so no, there's no need to send medical intervention. I'm good. And this is where people be like, you're intimidating. There's the funniest thing about it. Like, part of it is, though, I'm like, I think the intimidating thing is, like, because it's the truth and because I'm not going to back down on it, you have no power over me, right? And the fact is, when I do this stuff and parents will find this, they'll find it and they'll be like, hey, like, our district didn't turn in any immunization stuff last year. So they might ask the district and they just, I don't know, like, really? Like it just creates uncomfortable situations for people who should have been doing their jobs. So, right? For people who should have been doing their jobs. So, I'm a fun professor. Honestly, my students, we have a great time. My students even brought in a birthday cake for my birthday, which was a day. I had class a day before my birthday this fall, and yeah, no, they right, like, and like I said, my classes, fill up and people, not to like, is Doc, whatever, but a lot of students will say, this is to meet you, like, it's a great thing, and to be in your, I mean, I'm kind of like how I am now in classes, where it's really dynamic. I write all my own case studies, that we go through, and all these things, and as I tell people, I said, I want you to leave here so you can take on the world, and also be like, anything happens where it's a curveball, you got to run it by somebody, give me a call, like, we'll just talk about it. And like, I had 2 calls this fall from former administrators or superintendents, 2 things that happened in schools, and just said, I think I'm handling this, but it was really weird, obscure type of stuff. And I'm like, okay, like, let's step through it. Thanks for a call. Let me take some notes here and spend a little bit. And yeah, I'm glad to. I'm not on the clock here. I'm not billing out for this. This is part of, like, our respect. It's a mutual respect for the profession. And in both of those cases, I mean, it was the right thing to do. And I'm like, you're not going to get this from your state organizations or this fluffy fluff, this other crap. God, like I said, How many times have I ever got a tattoo? It's like, I do not like weak people. I do not like weak mindset. So weak mindset is what it is. I shouldn't say I don't like, I just despise it. I absolutely hate it. I hate it and I can detect it and I just hate it. Robert. Dun, dun, dun. Thanks, Robert. I agree. Do the job, not some half-baked Vanessa. Right. I mean, and some jobs are impossible and some things aren't going to work out, but just do the job. Like, that is not acceptable to have 32 districts not report out of 421 their stuff in, and not even to have something on there of saying, we are in the process of working with these districts to obtain the stuff. Nothing in there. It's just like, it's just not acceptable. And when did it become acceptable? I mean, maybe like 3 years ago. And I'll say, I mean, I objectively believe that in 20 years of university teaching and administration, I would say right around 2017. I can narrow it in really tight that things changed. And people just started to do this really weird, we're going to play by our own rules. We're going to exempt people. We don't want to get people worked up about things. And that's about when it happened. Don't hate weakness. Don't hate the meek. Hate their subjugation. Hate their oppressor. So, yeah. When I say weak, and thanks, BV Luminous, I don't mean people. I mean, I mean people who are making a decision to choose not to do their job or to do the ethical decision to discretion, right? That's what I'm saying. And like Ricky Berwick, I don't know if you see him on YouTube or anything, but Ricky has disabilities and he's one of my favorite YouTubers. But I mean, to me, like Ricky is just an amazing comedian. Like he's brilliant. I love his stuff. And but someone did an interview like in a Canadian community of or a community group of people with disabilities, and this person was saying, "Oh, Ricky, we feel sorry for him because he has to like use his disability to get attention, stuff like that." I'm like, you're missing the point. Like Ricky's really talented. Like if Ricky could be probably on any TV show. He's got it. Like that's a gift for him. Like I think Ricky would be funny no matter what. But this is Ricky. Ricky's funny. You know, he's a Saturday Night Live type of guy. He's got it. Like this isn't. He's not having to parody himself and all. I mean, he just generally has it. And that, so, Beaver despise those who revel in their fiction. Yeah, that's another thing. Yep. Vanessa, I understand your point on immunizations. I had a distinction of hunting down all personnel to get their shots. Yep. And, you know, so part of it is, if this is impossible for schools to do, it was very difficult when I was the administrator. Nurses, you know, had all these trainings to do at the start of the year for students with, you have to administer a diastat if there's a seizure or type 1 diabetic or EpiPens, stuff like this. So I don't have enough time to do this. Then it really becomes a state issue. The state needs to jump into that or get the county nurses involved or something like that. But for the state right now to have this data out there from a year ago, and 32 out of 421 districts have nothing, is inexcusable. It's completely inexcusable. Then why have anybody comply with anything? Shelter in place. Doc is onto something here. Expectations are not met historically, but we are meant to exceed those unmet expectations because of a different flavor of illness. Yeah. Well, Shelter in Paradise, thanks for posting that. That's really, I mean, you're right on. Yeah, expectations are not met historically, right? And if we go throughout history, we would find that. But we are meant to exceed those unmet expectations because of a different flavor. Yeah. I think it was really important when I thought about this show today because I remember the whole thing with immunizations, just what a thorn in the side that was 10 years ago, to go in and pull data and look at this. And I didn't expect today, I did not expect 32 districts to not have their data in. I was floored by that. And that wasn't, I mean, again, like there were consequences for this 15 years ago. I mean, and just ethically, I mean, like people wouldn't. It's in the department. I mean, the Department of Instruction would come down on you. I mean, they were not your friend. But now it's become this whole, oh, don't bother the districts. They've got things going on. And it became a marshmallow. So I would never succeed there. I don't know what success would be in that setting, but I would never fit in that setting. Doc showed up. Oh my God, bacon. So that's funny. So yeah, probably one of my big, I have it recorded, was my testimony against a bill that would have weakened the building codes for locks on school doors, interior doors, and so forth. And again, I and it's funny because people, we don't want them at a conference, or we don't, they don't want to hear this stuff because they're paying their vendor $20,000, their bollard vendor, to have a 8-foot table outside the door of the conference. So when you come out of the conference, right, you're right there, and a fake bollard made of styrofoam. And and these weird psychological things that people try to do, right? Like try to change my position on things. Well, I know, again, and you realize why they try to change your position. And again, there's a lot of people on, I don't know, my side, the side of right, the side of logic, the side of like, do your job. But when you realize, like, why am I getting this resistance from you, or this interference from you? And it's usually because what I'm doing is going to require you to be accountable, or do work, or be innovative, or something. Like the fact that I'm being me requires you then to do something that is in your job description that, up until now, no one was aware of it, and it was all great. So I don't know. Someone once asked me, do you like being the bad guy? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not a bad guy, but do I like being the accountable guy? You're damn right. So you want to look at, I just think it's so funny because it comes up more than it does now. It comes up more now than it does before, but you're intimidating. You're an intimidating person. When people said, like, I'm very nervous to meet you. I've had, multiple meetings with people, and they'll be like, I'm very nervous to meet you. And, or be in this room or whatever. And so I'm like, I don't know. I mean, but I think what you're nervous of, right, is like, either one, you're in the presence of accountability. I'm not swearing at anybody. I'm not very, put together, right? Thoughtful, but it is kind of a Glengarry moment for some people, and they never encountered that. That's the thing. I might be the only person who's been true to them in the last 5 years. And I think that's what happens, is then it sticks out. It's like, oh, and I think that's the thing, where I think there were just, when I started 20 plus years ago, there were more truth talkers at different parts of their career that you would interface. I don't think those people are out there anymore. So, oh dear. Now we're going to become word Nancy's because we misspelled the word. I don't know what's going on there, but I misspell. I don't type very well. So, Vanessa, Common Core was created to be a set of expectations, assumptions of what a student will have completed each level. So, yep. And then we get into these whole things, right? With schools, like, does it make sense to do like grade levels, or should we just move students on to modules where they can kind of progress at their own? So he chose not followed blindly. So Sass, I support the safety doc 100% of this. Thanks, Sass. And I know if things go bad for the safety doc here, if a mob comes and finds me, Sass will arrive at 148 miles an hour with a full tank of gas and get me out of here. Zoom! I'll be able to catch up with the Isuzu. So, It's not strange, but I'll tell you, when I teach university courses and the cameras aren't rolling, right, the students will say, I am so glad I had this class with you. Or they'll send like an email and it doesn't come from their school account. It comes from their personal account and says, thank you so much for being real with me and showing me the sides to this, the panoply of this. And I'm not telling them run out at you, like, don't do this job. I'm saying you can do this job so much better and understand how these other organizations are supposed to interface with you as gears. You're just spinning on your own, but that's not the way that this is designed. The county is supposed to be doing this. The community health needs assessment is supposed to be doing this. Your organizations you're paying are supposed to be doing this. And the fact is no one has held them accountable. And so Sastro, nobody does their job anymore. It's all popularity. Yeah. I'll tell you what, so in the show I did last week, I had a 30-second audio clip of a phone message left to me by my boss, who was an awesome guy. I had 2 great bosses in my career. He was one of them. And so I put that message, which I just happened to find. I saved it for some reason, just because it was a great message. I don't know, I just recorded, saved it. But I had other bosses, and I had one administrative team where we'd show up Monday mornings, and it was a popularity contest. It would be who's got the nicest clothes, who's got the newest car, who went to New York over the weekend with their kids to listen to a play, whatever. And I'd be like, all right. And all these not subtle, but all these like these decorative things were around. Like they were all there. They were all part of the meeting. These people kind of like just trying to measure against each other. And I'm like, then you could go right down the line. Divorced, 3 times divorced, failed this, in debt, over. I mean, these people were wrecks. And, they were just wrecks of people. And instead of like doing anything to improve their happiness or themselves, it was just this show. It is weird. I look back at it now and I'm like, I can see how weird it was at the time. When you're immersed in it, you're not kind of sensing it as much. You could sense it, but I was just, but now I'll tell you, one of the things I did is in that particular setting, and things were so wacky with that group, is per one of my good trusted colleague, a member check of mine, said, Dave, you're starting to lose your objective nature on this. And said, I think you should go to like a work counselor and just tell them what's happening. And anyway, so I did. I went to a work counselor. So the purpose is to like deal with job stress and stuff like that or whatever. And so I just said, and that's kind of not my thing, but I was like, all right. So I'm talking and I'm going through like, this is the stuff I'm dealing with. The guy's like, that's crazy. That's nuts. And he's like, you're not the only one that says, but it was kind of like, I'm trying to deal with people who are very dysfunctional in their own lives, even though they make a lot of money and they have authority and stuff like that. There's people that are not happy and they're all like backbiting and stuff like that. How do you survive in this? And so like, you just kind of, you learn some strategies. And when you're higher up the ladder, it's a little easier to do that. But ultimately it just had an exit from the setting, right? Setting was toxic. You just couldn't, it was just destroy it like radiation. I mean, how long can you work at, fixing Chernobyl? I mean, there's only a certain point. But it took a while to get out to really look back and be like, holy smokes, was that messed up? and then also, when you compare jobs to jobs, right? And I'll tell you, like, and the reason I did that show on, 12 things or 10 things about working at the School for Blind, I love that job. And I love, the boss I had was so professional, just such a good person. And to have that opportunity after a situation, that was very dysfunctional, as you go through different jobs and stuff, but to compare, you'd be like, well, this is dysfunctional. This wasn't. So, you're not crazy. Like, and if every situation you're in is dysfunctional, and maybe you're the denominator in that, but no. So, hey, thanks. I think it said that. Yes. Vanessa wrote, commending you, Doc. You are giving me the resources to help change here. Well, thanks, Vanessa. I don't know what that is, but I really believe people listen to people who are strong in their convictions. I think those are leaders. I think people who say I observe versus they said. Also, people that make decisions and just say this is what we're doing, and like there's so much fence sitting. Well, maybe this or maybe we don't know. So this is what we're doing, and then you also once people are like, okay, well that's what we're doing, then they go ahead and do it. So, God, that takes the ability to be violent in response. He isn't there with ARs and private military. No, I'm not. No, it's not me. No, and I'm not trying to, obviously, do that. I haven't been in the military. And no. Bolo, I heard there is a cure for global warming, nuclear winter. Yeah, didn't think about that, right? By the way, why the hell aren't we building more nuclear power plants? I mean, the technology's there, low cost energy. Come on. That's kind of weird. So, thorium reactors in every town is a solution to global warming. Yeah, I mean, no, really, right. That is, it seems pretty logical at this point. It's just crazy. BV Luminous wrote, I choose to only respond in kind. I don't seek to initiate a damn thing besides liberty. Yeah. Gotcha. Bacon, Ting Ting. I was just to say I was going to sit back and watch. You don't have to go. Oh no, Ting Ting, please don't. I don't want anyone to be upset here. 50 solar panels in use here. Whoa, wow. SAS one too many wrote, mining for solar and lithium disposal destroys the environment. Like all this move toward electric stuff is at this rapid pace. That's one of the reasons I bought the vehicle I did right now, like our SUV, because I'm like, I don't think we'll be able to buy it in 5 years. We we kept the vehicle 14 years, which then we got this one because this push. And then I've got friends out in California I was talking to a day ago, and they're like, yeah, like the banning of the engines, right? The generators is a big concern for them because of rolling power outages and stuff like that. And now they won't be able to get these generators, or I think there's even things in conditions that you can't retrofit or you can't maintain them if you have them. I don't know, but New York City, you can't have new natural gas hookups. Spokane, Washington, there were like a number of cities now. If you build a new house, it can't be natural gas. What the hell, right? I don't. I heat my house with wood in a city, and I'm outside of liberal Dane County, and I'm like, there'll be a point in time, maybe I won't be here anymore, but there will be someone who's going to say you can't do that anymore because it pollutes the environment, or there's particulate in your neighbors. Look, I mean, there'll be some way they'll shut you down. So, I don't know. Boat lift. Holy smokes! I gotta catch up here. EK, my name means liberty in Greek. Don't talk to me about liberty. You completely projected what I said and where I was coming from and continue to play dirty. I don't play it. I hope that's not toward me. I'm sorry if it is. By the way, when I go into my analytics, it says I've never had a female watch the show. So it's 100% men. I'm like, that can't be true. Come on, just the odds at this point. So Sastro, here on Doc Streams, we keep a civil discord and we don't gang up on the new people, caution flags. So yeah. So I appreciate it. And I don't, and as you see, like I'm not doing that with anybody over in the chat. And yeah, this is, these are meant to be debate. This is meant to engage and maybe, to have uncomfortable areas that we visit and this stuff, but it's not to be attacking, right? So I appreciate, where you guys are going. I don't own anyone explanation. This is not the play. Okay. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not apprised of what's been happening here. So, but Atham says French toast. Okay, Vanessa, but many districts no longer provide supplies or equipment to teachers, paper, pencils, and math as support. Not every student has a computer printer. So as we see these districts, let's talk about this. These districts who right. So this is a good face validity point, Vanessa. So if a district isn't providing pencils, papers, things like that to teachers, and teachers have to go on the websites, the GoFundMe type sites for the classrooms, and you expect the districts then to pull off this contact tracing hat trick, right? Of we're going to do all this test to stay stuff. And by the way, we also have our second grade teacher who has a web page to donate so she can get an iPad that she can share with students. I mean, it's a good face validity check. So Bacon wrote, I don't know if that's what you're, okay. I guess I'll let you guys kind of, the moderators work that out. So Goremonger too, glad to catch the live show again. Thanks, Goremonger. I appreciate it. And I appreciate, you helping everybody here, helping the show. It's up to 30 likes. Oh my God. Thank you so much. I appreciate that the show has got 1,000 subscribers. What the show needs is more views. So if you look through the shows that I've done, they're all on safetyphd.com, and go in and say, hey, like there are, shows I want to watch, some interviews Doc did, or, some topics or things like that. Go in and do it. I appreciate that. Once I can get up to monetize, I'm going to monetize the channel. What I'm going to do too, when a channel eventually gets monetized, I am going to use proceeds from that to buy my books and to gift them to libraries that otherwise wouldn't receive them all across the country. So that is my plan is, and I've done some of that on my own already. Is that is my purpose and my intent. King roll, give me a slice of pepper Canadian bacon and sausage waffle. God, I could go for that right now. Shelter Paradise Road. Doc knows how to play a political game in the office. So yeah, I do. I didn't always, but I do. I do now. And now that I work for myself, right? So it doesn't matter. But I can help others, and I can advise, and just my friends and member chat network and things like that, and stuff. But yeah, never compromise. And this is really true. Never compromise your principles. And you will be surprised when times get tough, who sticks with you and who doesn't stick with you. And that's really an interesting experiment. Maybe not something you want to go through a lot, but it's an interesting experiment. So, the people who would walk with you through coals, versus the people who would be like, oh, Doc wrote a book and it's taking on the, whatever stuff here with school safety and some of the wicked vendors, and sorry, can't be your friend anymore. Okay. Not losing sleep at night about it, not anything like that. But, it's more revealing of you, right? I think, than it is of me. But on websites wrote, I've hunted, killed, chopped down, sawed, and then burned all kinds of trees. No syrup ever fell out of one. Therefore, I feel like syrup is fake. So it's funny, around where I'm at, you can get a permit from the city to tap maple trees in fall. You can only do so many, because we have parkland in back of us. And then so people go back and they get, I don't know exactly how it works, but you'll see 5 buckets and they tap the trees and get the maple syrup. It's real big around where I'm at, really big. Maple syrup is just everybody's doing boiling the stuff down and gathering it. So, which also makes it very cheap. People, farms and stuff like that around it sell it. So, Oh, the politics of school and ADA, Americans with Disability Act, Shelley Rogers. Yes. Yeah. No kidding. ADA and IDEA and how they interface. It's really weird too. So Shelley's talking about ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. There's also another part of serving students with disabilities, the Individuals with Disability Education Act. And those are significant pieces of legislation regarding services for students with disabilities. I was a special education director, and I loved that job. But you also get these weird things happening, like the Individuals with Disability Education Act. So when schools went remote last year, they shut down schools, and then students with disabilities weren't getting services they were supposed to get. Then some districts would be like, well, it's just kind of too bad. And then there's this thing called compensatory education. You're supposed to provide those services or make up for them. And there was no guidance ever that came out from the feds or states. I put together a guidance document. Is it 5-page long? I think I did it myself and gave it to students. And then I said, distribute this wherever I was based on law, legal cases. I'm like, it's the best thing out there. I mean, let me take care of this, but that needs to be it's old legislation. It's old stuff. It's not like, BV Luminous, gun websites. In the fall months, you drive a spike into the base of a maple tree, let the sapling go. Yeah, there's drip out. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, right in back of me, people get the permits and they're tapping the trees and stuff like that. So it's really very common. It was very common where I grew up too. Like a friend of mine, like would always invite me when they boil the stuff down, which seemed like it was boring, took forever. Wasn't that excited until it gets to like the final stuff. It's really not that great. They would make candy out of it, which was okay. So it's a very long process. If you're into it, like it's really, if it's your jam, like your gig, it's a cool thing. Whoa. I think it drips, doesn't, like the stuff I've seen, it just kind of, it depends upon the temperature outside. If it's warm, then there's a lot of syrup coming out, but I think I've seen the process of a kid on a tour with scouts or something. Yeah. So, wow. You guys got to visit Wisconsin more. This is all over the place. Peer reviews, losing your mind with a dissertation. So yeah, Shelley. So yeah. So like my book is both books are peer reviewed. My dissertation obviously was peer reviewed, but my books are peer reviewed. So yeah, sometime I'll do a show just on my dissertation. That's an interesting story because I did not pass my dissertation. It actually was shut down like 10 minutes and everybody walked out. They're like, we're done. And I invited you could bring one person with you. And I invited my friend who's our priest in our parish. So, we show up and I'm thinking, got a priest here. It's got to go well. And then of course other people who are going to go through their dissertation defense show up. So there's a handful of people who are there who are like going to defend in the next month or something. Yeah. And I just got hammered. Part of it was deserved. My research was rock solid. That wasn't the issue. Part of it was deserved. And I think part of it was a little bit, I just presented on PBS and a little bit of like, again, we talk about this thing of like, there are people who don't like you because of things you've done, which are scholarly or academic, where they feel like it takes away from them. You know what I'm talking? There's people who like, you've done nothing to them. Like I shared this story. Like I frequently wrote journal articles for Kaplan and things like that. And I had a boss who said, if you have time to write articles like this, you have time to do other things. I don't want you to. I'm like, I wrote these on a weekend or something like that. It's just something I do I don't get paid for this. It's like, it's a scholarly thing. It reflects well upon the workplace here that the stuff is, but it was really because they weren't doing it. I'm like, well, you could do this. I'm like, it's so, but I've learned that when people do that stuff, you just got to pause. You got to be like, what's your problem? I mean, this is you. Like I have like my friend Aaron Clary, right? So Aaron, when he built his house in South Dakota, which is beautiful, and South Dakota and this house, um, so my reaction to the house was, this is awesome. Like, you thought this out. This is really great. I know you're happy. This is what you wanted. You worked hard for this. So I'm happy. Other people be like, oh, look at this guy. Look at this. He's got this big house. He's got, he's got this land. And I'd be like, this is, it's this weird thing, right? Like, we were having that conversation a couple months ago. We were out to eat, Aaron and I said, there's this weird thing that there's people, like, I'm a person who generally is happy for people. Like, you show something you've done or whatever, an article or a paper or a car or something or whatever, you won your fantasy football league, I'm happy for you. But yeah, there's these people who, I think, then I don't know what it is. It is, but I've dealt with a lot of those people, and eventually, like, you just got to realize it's them. It's totally it's them. It's not you. It's them. Oh, I wouldn't want to live on a house on a hill because then it's too windy. I'm like, oh, you're not. It's my house. So, okay, that's fine for you. I like living on top of a hill. Never have a flooded basement. Everything drains away, but too windy for you. It's fine. You're not living here. I feel disgusted at this point and Ting Bigot. I thought you guys were decent humans. Oh no, guys. Well, I'm not. I trust my moderators, and I'm not reading through in real time here. So I'm sorry that's whatever's happening here. Shelley Rogers, too many politics in the school system, Ben. They've done that, and they don't protect teachers. Yeah, I mean, you say they don't protect teachers. So as an expert witness, some points I always bring out to teachers and new administrators. I said, when things get rough in litigation, the school board is protected first by your district's legal force, and then it's administration, and then it's teachers. That's how that always breaks down. And you will see that the board has the shield put around them by the legal team. So you've got to, have your own protection, your own liability, your own documentation. I this fall I had a superintendent. Their district was being sued for parents sued saying their child became infected at school with COVID because the school didn't have mask policies, other mitigation. And then the school, everything got locked, all the records, all the files, emails, your access to your Google Drive, everything got shut down as the attorneys came in and took copies of everything that they would then use as evidence for plaintiff and for defendant, right? Evidence of saying, here's what you did for training, here's how you notified teachers, communications you had on, here's your decisions were made. But that's really weird for people to like go through that and be like, well, what if I just sent something out in, like a verbal message or like in a paper thing, and I don't have so I'm like, here's how to do your evidence trail. It's called prenumerance. And I go through that, your metadata, nobody teaches people that. Actually, like, lawyers should come in and teach that. They should review that with the school staff, especially administration, but I don't know. Martin wrote, all the teachers I remember were tough. Didn't always play by the rules today. They'd be fired. Yeah, probably the same for me. Like, I had a teacher who flipped my desk over when I was goofing around in high school. Like, literally, like, grabbed the front of the desk and totally flipped it. I did like a 360 land on the floor. But I was goofing around, and I didn't goof around after that. I was now, yeah, something like that today, that guy be gone. So yeah. Let's see here. Shelley wrote, I also didn't go to school for teaching the normal tracks. So I got thrown into the Shark Tank when I did. So Shelley, you were teaching students with disabilities. That's usually when, yeah, you're right there. People who says time out for spamming the chat. That's not allowed. That's why channel set slow mode. So, all right. I'm doing this to StreamYard, so I don't know if I can. I can change my mode speed. But anyway, again, like I vet my chat moderators. I mean, I trust my chat moderators. So whatever you guys, feel it needs to happen. So Vanessa, here in New England states, most every math teacher needs the master's of math. This is the last year to get it, 5 years have passed. Yep. Andrew, I got to go to sleep now. Wake up tomorrow. Got to earn fake money. Yeah, fake money. Inflation. We'll see what it's worth tomorrow. Dow Jones took a hit today, right? I think like on Friday too. So we'll see what the year ends at. I think the year started like 31,000 for the Dow Jones, now like 34. So see where it ends. But oh my God, it's just crazy. So I'll have to leave this on until gosh darn it, Andrew, you're a good person. So thank you so much. Bive Luminous Bacon, we'll talk later. I love you. You know that, right? Wow. All right. That might have been a private chat message. We'll see. Me too, Andrew. Fiat won't earn. Sorry, guys. I need to kind of hang it up here soon. So my tomorrow, what is my tomorrow? I need to keep proofing my book through with my publisher. That is all has to be done by the 28th of December, which they said after that we can't make any changes. I'm like, I don't know about that. I got to see how these figures lay out, like the diagrams and the images, because I'm not real hip on some of the decisions I've made with that right now. People Loomis, doesn't Elon Musk and Save Doc have the same haircut? I got this haircut today. This was this morning from Becca, who's cut my hair for like 15 years. So yes, so that's cool. And my next haircut will be in 5 weeks. So let's do this. Vanessa wrote, New London sub base. I visit often. All right. Dignity never served. I didn't sign the papers for personal reasons. Shelter in Paradise. My grandparents' classmate was slapped with a ruler for using their left hand to write. Well, I'll take care of it. So, all right. When I was coaching basketball, so I coached basketball when I was 16. I took over coaching middle school basketball because nobody else would, and I was done playing basketball at that point, like in high school. So I coached, and at first my parents would have to like drive me to a game or something like that until I got my license at 16. But then I remember we had one game where so the safety doc come into Discord. I don't have Discord. If you can send me a link to it, that'd be great. I gotta get into the 21st century with this stuff. Send me a link, or I'm on Twitter. My email address is right here in the YouTube thing about me. So I was coaching basketball, and we got to this championship game or whatever, and then there's stuff going on with the team and back and forth with some players. And so I just shut practice down. It was winter. It was like a Saturday practice. It was probably 0 degrees outside. So I just made everybody stand outside and locked the doors, and I left. And my assistant coach, Tony, with me. And the team worked its issues out, and they called me later that night, and they're like, we're all good now and all this stuff. And I'm like, today, I would have been in so much trouble for that. And, but back then, and we went on to win the championship. Still a trophy over there, by the way, 1992. But I don't know. No, send me information about the Discord. Please do that. So we will get hooked up, so to speak, pun intended. I don't know who that's addressed for, but guessing somewhere here. So anyway, folks, I don't know this Discord stuff. Like I have no idea what's mine. Doc. All right. Let me check this out. I don't know what Discord is, so I don't have an account. I'm a human. I guess now I'm in yours. I don't know what this is. I got to look this up. I'm not going to enter my birthday. Come on. Why do I need to provide my birthday? I gotta figure this out a little more. You guys can Doc's old school here. So his voice and video chat. Okay, just a bunch of. Oh, okay. Good. Hey, thanks, Ting Ting. And also, you said Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for being here tonight. So yeah, I gotta. Right. So another part of the channel is, so I'm on Twitter, I'm on LinkedIn, and then I also have the safetyphd.com. So there's I don't have Facebook and I don't have a lot of these other things. So there's part of like it's an opt-in experience to hang out with the doc here for a night. So so what we covered tonight is, as of December 17th, the CDC, Centers for Disease Control, told school or put on their webpage, right, for school districts. So instead of, if there's a close contact, a student is tested positive for COVID, other students in the classroom, then if they've been there for more than 15 minutes or whatever, those students, their parents need to be notified and say, hey, if your student who was in close contact is exhibiting symptoms, they need to stay home, be tested, this type of stuff. So that changed that guidance, and now the guidance is test to stay. So if they haven't been vaccinated, they need to take a test. Now this, when I say need, this is again, these are recommendations. The CDC is giving recommendations. All the school boards could say, we're not going to do this, or we are going to do this. But a lot of school boards will do this, from Doc telling you here, because the counties are supposed to be the ones telling schools how to manage in a pandemic for the stuff, and the counties have bailed. So the schools don't get guidance from their state, so they just will benchmark to the CDC because they have to do something and they don't want to be sued. So, or if they are sued, we want to say we're following CDC, and that's a pretty good defense. How schools currently do contact tracing? Yes. Remember though, most schools are small. So like in my state, 421 school districts, half of those are under 1,000 students. A lot of them have rural school buildings. What they do is they pull it off of their computer systems. So they know what student has been in what class per the schedule, and the software's kind of been updated to be able to pull that data out. And last year, the software companies have done that. Do people actually have a contact tracer? Someone at school, I'm a contact tracer? No, it doesn't exist. Unless maybe some of the very big districts, and then it's just somebody who's diluted over a big population. So how would you do this? Who's going to test? As Vanessa said, a lot of these schools don't even have nurses, or if they do, it's a you have a nurse every Monday morning or something like that. So who's doing the testing? How are they getting the testing supplies, right? We know now major insurance companies are telling parents or people, we're not covering testing. So are the schools covering this? Or if not, these are questions, right? Is bill going to come to a parent? We also had this really interesting kind of change of pace in the show where we're like, well, how does this look right here? How does it look in general for immunizations? How does it look for the last 20 years in school districts when kids are supposed to come in with the mumps, measles, polio vaccines, and stuff like that? And the reality is there's not the compliance you think there would be. And in fact, in my state here, Wisconsin, 32 districts didn't even send in their compliance reports. So took a sample here, a random sample, 12 districts, and whoa. So Ashland, northern part of the state, district of about 2,000 kids, about 100 kids, no status. And when I say no status, that means, when you say no status, you don't have a waiver or the records. You got nothing. So it's an interesting slide. You might want to pause on it or something, but it's a slide I'm using for a class I'm teaching in spring. But I honestly didn't expect when I put this together for the data to be this bad. And when I mean this bad, I mean this bad as in just like incomplete. It's one thing if this data, like all the red stuff would have showed up, like, this, we don't have this, we're trying to get this, but we're 32 districts. It's like, we're not doing it. Screw it. Screw it, you do it, remember? Yeah, Vanessa. Yeah, the thing from the White House. I talked about that earlier in this show. That was crazy, right? Like the statement from the White House saying it's going to be a horrible winter for the. I mean, could you imagine saying that in any other context throughout time? I mean, it is horrible, unprofessional messaging. I wrote about the Committee for National Morale in my book, the Velocity of Information, and Wilson's 4-minute men during World War I, and just the FDR's fireside chat. I mean, that is beyond vindictive and cruel. Imagine you're a 7-year-old, you're a second or third grader, and a vaccine isn't approved for you yet, and you're like, am I going to die? Like this is me. Or like, if you're compromised, or your doctor is saying no, or this isn't in your best interest there. I mean, it was a beyond cruel statement. And when you see stuff like that, it's always this thing of like, how many people check things like this before they come out? Like from whitehouse.gov, it has to be many, right? This has to be this layers of people who check things before they come out of these official sites. And there's no condition where that sits well with me. It's beyond where I would have ever thought we could have been, of such a statement coming out from the White House. So let's see here. White House vaccine statement. Let's bring that up one more time. And yeah, I want to bring this up right there. Let's do this. Whitehouse.gov. We are intent on not letting Omicron disrupt work in school for the vaccinated. You've done the right thing, and we'll get through this. Although apparently for the NFL, which is work, the vaccinated had games canceled or scheduled. But anyway, for the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and hospitals. You soon may overwhelm hospitals, which, by the way, people have quit because they've been forced into mandates and other crazy stuff. But this is unbelievable. Like this is a first draft of a dystopian novel. And then like people are like, okay, like what are we? To me, this is a major loss of credibility. I don't know. It's disgusting. It's an absolutely disgusting message. Martin wrote, I just watched Darkest Hour about Winston Churchill against all odds when Hitler had taken Europe, brought the UK together, fight barefoot. Yeah, you're right. No, there's a good example, Martin. Right. Like that. Where is that today? These people in their little tweet wars, or this messaging here. This is such garbage. And the thing is, I think there are a lot of people like right here that realize, right, this is stupid. As a professional leader, you would put some statement out there like this. By the way, whitehouse.gov, you did a hell of a job helping out our truck drivers, or over the road truck drivers, when you deem them essential and shut everything down and truck stops, and they couldn't get food, and way stations and all that. You did a hell of a job with that. Screwing over all of the over the road truckers. Nice job. Yeah, on your high horse of saying this stuff. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The White House statement was about 30 seconds of content. How much time did Fireside Chat? Fireside Chat was about 15 to 20 minutes. And I read every Fireside Chat, the transcript, as I wrote the Velocity of Information. And FDR always, this is like when the country is going to war and depression, like, and FDR also told people, write me letters and tell me what you're experiencing. He received 8,000 letters or telegrams a day. I think I have to go back in the book, from people. And not everyone, people would be angry and mad with that. People would be like aligned with him, but like he wanted to hear what people, but he was never doing stuff like this. I mean, he got pretty edgy with some stuff with Hitler, but he wasn't blaming people like, you're in your situation because of whatever, you didn't farm well, or you, you abuse the crops, and that's why everybody has dust pneumonia now. I mean, you never had this attacking. And frankly, like, just look at this isn't true. It's not a true statement. Severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and that. Yeah, it's false. But I don't know. It's disgusting. Like, I see the lack of dignity. Yeah, hospitals are discontinuing stuff. Yeah, it took years to see Carl. There's been years to heart. Oh no. Oh God, sorry to hear that, Vanessa. So, wow. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. All right. Well, everybody, thank you again for helping me get to 1,000 subscribers. So it's been a really great day to get there. And this and I wouldn't be there on it. I completely know I wouldn't be there without all of you, and really like doubling my subscribers in the last 3 months. I mean, after just like kind of going along and the content and a lot of you, specifically DLD Bacon, True Strategies, working to John Crump to get my stuff out there and make other people aware of it, made a big difference in a really fast amount of time. And so that's been motivating to me, because I feel I am value added. I feel all of you are value added to me. And how many hours of lifetime do you need? So I actually need 2,000 more hours there, gun websites. So it is 4,000 hours viewed in a year, and I have about 2,000 right now. And the thing is, I didn't do shows from January to August. Like I took a break from doing the show after 3 years. I took it as I was writing the velocity of information, because that book was like 3,000 hours putting that book together, and I needed to make sure it came out while the pandemic, everything's still like really happening. So I got away from, and now as I've returned, and I love doing the shows, and I love doing Faithfulity Fridays, because I wasn't doing the shows. So, people weren't watching, right? Because they're going to watch a lot of old content. And, but yeah, I do need 2,000 hours. So I don't know. I want to say this appropriately, right? I don't want people just to, I'll turn it on and I'll like just let it run all night while I'm sleeping. That's because I've seen YouTubers do that, and I don't think that's classy at all. But I'm saying, if there's opportunities to have me on in the background when you're doing something, please know that helps the show. And again, I am sincere when I get to monetize this channel, which is, when those hours come up there, I am going to take those dollars and buy my books, and I'm going to send them to libraries that would not otherwise have them. I'm going to contact them first and say, hey, that's all we don't want this book. But I am going to do that, because I think, they're important works. A lot of libraries have the books, but I want them to be available to people. And that was one of the reasons, on my audiobook for Velocity of Information, when we negotiated the contract for that was a sticking point. I went back and forth, and I said, the Velocity of Information will be an audiobook. I'll be later on, but that needs to be accessible to libraries, because some Audible books are only available to Audible subscribers, not to libraries, depending upon how that arrangement works. But I said, I need people to have access to my stuff. And I'm willing then, how the royalty stuff works, I'm willing to take less on royalty to have more access, right? Because I want people to have access to this. And again, I worked for the School for the Blind, and with people who are blind for 4 years, and they're like, hey, is your book an audio? I'm like, of course, well, yeah, it will be, of course, because like, I know they're like, kids, ebook isn't the same like ebook reader. Like, of course, I didn't know that the first book kind of coming in, learning experience, but so let me do a run through here on, and then I'll end things here. But Ting Ting, no worries, Steve Taggle. Hey, thank you, Ting Ting. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. And trying to get down here. Okay. Congrats, Doc. Thanks, Bacon. And you've been Friday nights, boy, you come in and you're on your show, you're like, hey, subscribe over to Doc. I appreciate that. We will meet someday. But no, you've been a good friend since I met you. So, and I appreciate your work. You're a good person. And Martin wrote, Doc, maybe you think you're fighting the teachers unions, that the message might be headed for a huge tidal wave. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Corey DeAngelis is a friend of mine. So if you look, he follows me on Twitter. So I think he does extraordinary work. So it's kind of funny. Someone once, I think it was my publisher, but it was someone else, maybe PBS too. They're like, like a 30-year audience is like survivalist. I'm like, yes. Do you have a problem with that? Because I think that's great. I love those people. They're thorough. So, by the way, like, I have a pantry on the other side of this wall and a whole bunch of flashlights. Robert, honestly, Doc, if anyone else streams, I might have went to bed 2 hours. Hey, well, thank you. And I need to get you to bed because that zero white oil is going to make your engine run, but I want you to be sleepy, buddy. Thanks, Robert. Like, you've been in the shows and we have a regular schedule, and I really appreciate you guys. So, Finesse, I turned 60 years ago. I told Deb 92. So I'm 10 behind you. I'm 50 here, Vanessa. So I'm actually, quote unquote, still in very good physical health. It's I bike 100 miles in summer. Like, when I go out, I don't do it every day, but I will get up early and I've got my routes and pack everything, and I kind of condition up to it. But and I never did that until like maybe 2014. I just started to like, how far can I go? And it's not a big deal for me to do 100 miles in a day. I've got a really nice, rebuilt bike, and I know all the stuff it did, but, and I love it. Like, and it's a good test of fitness. Like, I often tell people, like, I would know if someone's wrong, because like a bike ride of 100 miles will flesh out problems. You got problems with, your heart or oxygen levels, or, joints, or spatial orientation, mobility, and things like that. That will show up. How long does a bike? It takes me, so I take breaks along my rides. About 9 hours. I don't bike very fast. So I have like a pack mule bike, and many pictures, like in summer and stuff on Twitter, I'll post of my bike. I bring a lot of stuff with me. But I'll do about 8 hours for 100 miles, including like the breaks and stuff, that I take. And honestly, it's weird because like I get home and I feel great. Like I put the bike away and stuff like that, and I can do other stuff. I'm not tired. It's so, and I never did that until, I don't know, it was 2014 was the first year. And I've got a funny picture. I'll bring it up. This was when I started to bike. I'm not in this shape anymore, by the way. But when I started to bike, my God, I was in great shape. So this was in 2014. I'm going to put this picture up. So believe it or not, that was me. So, yeah, that's me in 2014. And that was like on a 100-mile bike trek. So, and I could get back to that, like if I worked out, and stuff, I could get back into this. But yeah, this is an amazing photo because I weighed before this summer when I really started to bike and take my conditioning seriously. That's still the bike that I use. I rebuilt it. Um, I um, and I was incredibly. This was crazy strong, crazy strength too. But yeah, never used suntan ever biking. Like just natural sun, vitamin D, never burned ever. And that summer, I probably biked 4,000 miles. Look, I actually biked about 4,000 miles in that summer. Um, so I loved it. So yeah, there was probably like 180, and now, probably about 220 again. I was like 240, 250 before I started biking. I'm pretty strong. Like I can bike at 220, I can bike 100 miles fine, but I don't look like that. I don't look like that anymore. I probably could get back. I have the hair um, but yeah, that's a hell of a picture. I'm like, holy smokes, man. I was 2014 there. Yeah, I looked like I was playing in the NFL. So yeah, that was yeah, like holy smokes, man. That was crazy. That was yeah, now look at the viewership go up. So yeah, biking, yeah, it's cool. Now in winter I hate it. So put this maybe I should put this in your ads. So yeah, 10 some good. Yeah, I mean, I look at it, I'm like, holy smokes, like I was in great shape. I need to was it yeah, that was something. I was super strong too. Like yeah, I would go out, I would bike, and I'd bike 100 miles, and I would go down at night, and I would run 10 miles on the track. And I was yeah, you know, and I was really careful in what and then I was working out like crazy, and yeah, there was like no body fat then. Biking was a little bit tricky because without body fat, like you had to make sure electrolytes and everything, what you packed, because your body was already like running really lean. But yeah, I think I mean I could have like dominated at basketball or football or anything back then. I mean, because it was just 2014, ladies and gentlemen, the doc, believe it or not, that actually it's a doc. Like I said, I could, and I honestly believe if I dedicate myself, I could probably get similar to that. Age is taken taken somewhat of a toll, but I don't know, it's in my 40s when I did that. So is that the rocks? So it is. Oh my God. What motivated me to do that? I had just left a horrible job in administration, and it was a wicked fallout from that. And I was 250 pounds. I had high cholesterol, just a lot of bad health stuff. And then I was like, screw this. And I started to do this on my own. Well, my doctor's like, you're gonna have a heart attack or something. You're not in good shape, buddy. And I was like, yeah. And I did. Like, whoa, look at doc. I so I just took the advice, and then I did it on my own. I was just dedicated to it. And then once you start to see the results, right? Like it was kind of self-reinforcing. Um but yeah, and then everything looked great. So I'm 6 foot tall, by the way. So yeah, it's bacon. So yeah. Um so yeah, it's it's an interesting yeah, photo. Yeah, and I mean, maybe for like 3-4 summers, I was probably similar to that. Now, the weightlifting, I've got to get back into. But I mean, I did so much lifting, and I felt absolutely great. But it was cathartic to do that, and yeah, after just leaving that really bad, really bad situation, right? To get fit. You have control over yourself, right? So your locus of control, and then I love biking and being away from people and stuff. And but yeah, no, yeah, that photo, like, holy smokes, a young whippersnapper right there. So yeah, I need to. The thing is, like, winter is so hard in Wisconsin because you can't do this stuff. Like, I'm out here, it's probably 80 degrees, and sunny, and it's probably, I think it was a morning looking where the sun is, because I know where I was at when I set that picture up on a little tripod I carried in the bag on the back with my camera. So I just had that set on a timer. So, um, yeah, I was so that was, anyway, it was cool. I don't, I did a show. Sometime I'll do another show on here. I did an interview on the Sustainable Living podcast, maybe in like 2015 or 2016, about that whole experience of like leaving a really toxic job. And when I say leaving, like, it was a brutal departure. Um, I've never gone through anything like that in my life. And actually, like, looking back at it, like, it's all good because like everything worked out. Like I said, I would never had the honor to be a administrator at the school for the blind for 4 years had that not happened. It honestly, without that, my life was so enriched by that. I said it's such a gift. So, things you look back and like they all kind of fall into place. Um, but I'm like, holy Lord, I need to. Thanks, Vanessa, or thanks, Scott. I mean, I need to. I need to talk about that again, because I think there's especially now, a lot of us, to dedicate a show to like, what do you do when you're in a toxic situation that maybe in that situation it was a work situation. So maybe just a toxic work situation. Like, what do you do? Like, I was making huge money and had a lot of power, and it was a miserable place to work. And the thing was, I left a great job to go there. I left a job where everybody loved me and they begged me not to leave. And no, I left because this was going to be like big lights, big city, and so wrong, so wrong. But how do you go through that? Like, for me, like, my experience, and then I think there's a lot in solitude, and I want to talk about that sometime too. Solitude is underrated. Hey, it's Punkylicious. Thank you. Please subscribe. Punkylicious. Please subscribe. Please. I want to talk about solitude. There was a book by Lionel Fisher. Lionel Fisher wrote a book about solitude. Anyway, and that kind of got me into this whole deal too. So, hey, hello there, Punkalicious. So I like that avatar, by the way. But yeah, and that's where I started to really embrace and kind of get my head in the game. Kind of, I had never lost at anything really. I know it's kind of crazy to say it, but like, I always got the jobs I wanted. I was successful in athletics. When I was in college, like, half my classes, I always had the top score. I'm not trying to brag with them, but I'm saying, like, it was a big weakness because I had never really come against adversity, because I just had outworked everybody, I think, to get to where I was. And then when adversity hit, it was crazy. But then to come through that, to rebuild, it's kind of like Rocky IV, it's a Rocky like train and stuff like that to go up against Drago, and he's out in the cabin in Russia, and it was this part of like having to train your body and mind back. And now like I'm so much stronger than anything I was remotely at. Like, it's interesting. In 2013, I presented on PBS, and I watched that presentation. I think I looked awful. It was a great presentation. Like, I was spot on. I knew all the stuff I was doing. It was as far as like, if you were to grade it, it was an A. It was right there. But physically, I was overweight. You could just see, it just wasn't in good shape. Stressed. Presentation, it was great. When I presented in 2019, totally different. Like, you can look at those two presentations, how I was more fit. I was surrounded by positive, great people, stuff I was doing. I was out of this toxic. And so I look at those two and I'm like, I'm two different people. Like, both those presentations, because I just knew I would deliver, I'm going to hit the home run if I'm up at the plate there. But I look at that 2013, I'm like, holy smokes, I was just in bad shape. And in 2019, I'm like, yay, like, look at old Doc's back. So Martin wrote, if you have leverage, tell that boss what you really think. If not, make sure they think, yeah. I did tell one of my bosses after I left. And you kind of then see like how weak they are as people. And I'm like, oh, you weren't even worth the respect I gave you when I was in the job. Like, that's honest, the truth. And I do things like, I'm like, you could never write a book, not because you're not capable. You would never have the willpower to sit down and to do that, or to go and. I mean, like, so you start to see the people that were in leadership when you were in leadership, and they're not really who you thought they were. So, yeah. So, well, Punky, Kitty, hopefully new subscribers, hopefully a couple more thumbs up here, which would be great. So I'm going to get on out of here. Everybody, thank you so much. Again, safetyphd.com, which is down in the corner from your good friend here, the Safety Doc. Everything is there. All of the podcasts you can find there, and everything's in audio. The PBS stuff, you link it out. So just kind of clearing out. So the links to my 2 books are there. So I am going to do a farewell, but on my farewell out here, and thank you everybody for 1,000 subscribers. Thank you for giving me your night. Please comment also about the show. Hey, is there what's happening in your schools, or what's happening in your community, or what would you like for another show, or things? Because I've been responding to comments. The shows have been getting like 8-10 comments, which have been great. So thanks for the comments. Let me see down below here. Yep. Peace. Hey, Shelter in Paradise. Thank you for being here. Peace out. And thank you for the show, Vanessa. So because I made this myself, I'm going to update it, but I think it is awesome. I'm going to do my intro as an outro. And right here, everybody, 1K subs were there. And thank you so much.
Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.